Alright, let's open the game. We're gonna finish up episode 3 today. And then we're gonna start Death Stranding tomorrow. And then the rest of the week, I have no fucking clue what I'm doing. Let me see. I got my schedule. I'm super busy all week. 7, 6, 13, 29, 5, 24. I probably would have to wake up early. Start stream early. I have to wake up an hour early. Start stream 2 hours earlier than I usually do. Yeah, sure, why not? I can do it. Let me see. Pokepia, that's the next month. Good luck, Marathon. Feels like I'm missing something. Switch 2 prices rising, Luna Snow, Apollo, High Guard, Kingdom Hearts, Eugenics. I played a little bit more today. Hightail, patch 3. Dude, I'm waiting for the Pokemon mod to be on Hightail. Alright. Let me close this. I close it as I open it again. Streamlabs, or not Streamlabs, OBS, there we go. Alright, so where are we right now? We are at the trial, we finished our investigation. There was a murder with like the head of the circus guy. What was his title? The Ringmaster. He was murdered in front of the clown's room, or lodging, whatever you want to call it. The magician who's able to fly, or people think it's the magician that killed him, because, he's beefing with every employee, there was no footsteps, and he's the only one, well, so far, that cannot leave any footprints or footsteps because he can fly. So people think that he flew in, killed him, flew out. Yeah, he's been beefing with everyone. He was beefing with the ventriloquist, specifically beefing with the clown, beefing with one other person. Proposed? Is it proposed? About to propose to Regina, the Ringmaster's daughter, because that's why he went to go out. That's why he went to the Ringmaster's office. Like, yo, I'm trying to marry your 16-year-old daughter as a 21-year-old. I think that's it. Do I even have the autopsy? I don't think I have the autopsy. I'm probably gonna get it off this trial. I mean, everything still feels very vague, so I don't know what the hell is going on. But if I had to guess, the clown is suspicious. The ventriloquist is suspicious. Regina also doesn't like her father, which is also weird. She didn't really care that the Ringmaster died. There's a lot of characters, a lot of things going on. And there's actually a lot that I don't know. So, I don't have an opinion yet, or even a train of thought or a theory of what happened, because there's just a lot of pieces, but there's a lot of dots, but there's no connection to any of them. I can't even guess who I think did it. Gun to my head, I had to choose the clown, but obviously it's not the clown. Good morning, Max. Max? Milk. What? If I don't have a glass of milk before I go on stage, I just can't function, sweetie. Stage? Don't worry, there won't be a stage. All you have to do is sit down. I guess. Nick? Max is really nervous. That's understandable. Hey, my sweeties. What? You don't think I should fly, do you? Huh? You know, you've got to make a good first impression. When I enter the room, maybe I should fly in and warm the crowd up a little. No. We can't be having you flying around the courtroom. It just wouldn't be right. Imagine if you hit someone. Don't worry, Max. Just do what Nick says and everything will be okay. Oh, sweetie. What is it this time, Max? Why don't you try flying into the courtroom? Didn't he just said, don't do that? I can see it now. The dashing young lawyer flying fabulously in from above. One glimpse of that and everyone in the room will be on your side. Max, really? No one needs to fly today. Nick, what's that look in your eyes? I like the sound of that. Dashing young lawyer flying fabulously. "10 a.m. and that's when I wake up. And now, the case of one. What? Your Honor, get on with it. Oh, sorry, I just realized that the defendant's name is Billy Bob Johns. So? Well, isn't the defendant also known as Maximilian Galactica? Yes, Your Honor, he does often go by that name. You know, my grandchild is a huge fan of his. I think everyone here wouldn't mind if we call the defendant Maximilian Galactica. It sounds more friendly. I wonder if that is our advantage. Miss Von Karma, your opening statement, if you please. I hope you didn't bother thinking you'd win this one, Mr. Phoenix Wright. That spirit channeling trial was a sham. I refuse to acknowledge its legitimacy. It did not count. Do you hear me? She must still be upset with what happened last time. You have no chance. Zero. Zilch. Nada. I'm not losing this case. Why, you ask? Because it is not in the nature of a Von Karma to lose anything. I guess being born with the name Von Karma is a free pass to being arrogant and annoying. Watch and learn, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'll show you the textbook procedure for proving how absolutely guilty you are. Me? Guilty? What are you talking about? It will be my ultimate revenge. It's not like it'll bring her dad back. There, opening statement, complete. Now let's hurry and wrap this waste of time. Very well, you may call your first witness, Ms. Von Karma. Detective Dick Gumshoe, get up there, now. Sorry to keep you from work, so I'm sure you need every penny you can earn, Detective. Don't mention it, it's no problem at all. I've been looking forward to this. Very well, I would like to begin by shedding light on the events in question. At your service, sir. Alright, Detective, you may proceed with your testimony. The night of the crime, snow was falling until 9:40 p.m., making it extremely cold out. All of the circus performers were gathered in the Big Top to practice their routines. The practice sessions broke up around 10 p.m. The murder itself took place in the plaza in front of the lodging house at 10:15 p.m. The victim was found bent over a wooden box, dead as a doornail. The cause of death was blunt force trauma that snapped a vertebrae in his neck. God damn. I see, he was beaten to death. I thought it was a one-shot kill. I guess not. He was absolutely abused. Here is the autopsy report for the victim. Cool. The court accepts this into evidence. Blunt force trauma to the back of the head. Well, I guess it could still be a one-shot kill. But it sounds brutal. A blunt object. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may begin your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. I actually don't remember what I have in my evidence. Hold on. It's been like 3-4 days. So I have the crime scene, him bent over. I have this hat, which is find out the crime scene. Regina told me about. I don't know if she made it though. Ringmaster's documents. This was a week ago when Max was asking you for a raise. This is a poster of Maximilian. This was found in the Ringmaster office, I believe. Broken glass that Max used to hit Ben. The map. Money the Monkey. This guy, he's like a different performer's pet, and he grabs all shiny objects. He snagged my badge. This was the ring that I found in the monkey room, I think. And it says from T to R, which makes it sound like it's from Trio to Regina. And then the autopsy. Okay, well, I have fucking nothing. Okay, the night of the crime, snow is falling until 9:40 p.m., making it extremely cold out. Let me ask you about the snow. It was nearly a blizzard up until the time of the crime. Did it pile up? It wasn't such a big deal. Maybe about 1.5 inches was on the ground. The snow froze in place and stayed on the ground until the next day. The snow. Let me see. There's gotta be more to this. What's the matter, Nick? I need to take a look at the court record. Wait, really? Well, it would be with this, right? Like the only footprints you see is... whatever. Mr. Gumshoe, what were the members of the circus doing at the night of the crime? All of the circus performers were gathered in the big top to practice their routines. When you say... yeah, I was gonna say this. When you say all of the circus performers, who do you mean? Or I was gonna say... well, what I was thinking, when you say all the circus performers, do you really mean all of them? Name all of... well, I guess that kind of is. Everyone but the dancers and staff were there. Regina the animal tamer, Mo the clown, Ben the ventriloquist, and of course the defendant Maximilian Galacta and his victim the ringmaster. Oh, I almost forgot. Regina the tiger was there as well. Out of curiosity, what about the circus monkey? When I was investigating yesterday, he happened to snatch my wristwatch. Detective, you are welcome to file a police report after these proceedings. The practice session broke up around like 10 p.m. After the practice was over, where did everyone head off to? Regina was playing with Regent, the tiger, while Mo went back to his room, tired from work. That's the lodging. Ben the ventriloquist went to the front gate, absorbed in his own world. Because he lost Trio, right? And the ringmaster and Max went off to the ringmaster's room to talk privately, and that's also where he hid the puppet. Okay, yeah. Makes sense. Talk privately, that's awfully suspicious. You wouldn't happen to know what they were talking about, would you? It seems they were negotiating Max's salaries. That's not the case. Actually, Max is asking for Regina's hand in marriage. The murder itself took place in a plaza in front of the lodging house at 10:15 p.m. I'd like you to be more specific about the events at 10:15 p.m. Okay, not a problem, pal. We've got a witness that told us the whole thing went down. Ow! This is totally meaningless. Time to move on. Alright. We'll just have to revisit that testimony later. Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling us how the victim met his end? It's kind of weird that she interrupted that. The victim was found bent over a wooden box, dead as a doornail. What's this wooden box, though? Perfect. That's right. The victim must have been carrying the wooden box when he was killed. Carrying the box, It was rather a strange wooden box, Your Honor. What do you mean? Well, it was much heavier than it looked, not to mention it was locked. Locked? What do you say? Punched over this 20-pound box, it boasts a small but strong lock. So does anyone have a key? I'm assuming it's locked. This may be my only chance, so I might as well ask some questions. Yeah, I want to ask everything about the box. This wooden box, you figure it weighs about 20 pounds, right? Sounds about right. The whole thing is lined with iron. Iron plating? What do you think is lined? Wait, why do you think it's lined with iron? I figured they did it to make sure the box is heavier. Ouch! I think we could all do without your guesses, Detective. Stick to what little you actually know. Sorry. Suffice to say, the box is really heavy. Much better. You may continue on, Detective. The cause of death was blunt force trauma that snapped a vertebrae in his neck. So is it like a one-shot kill? According to the autopsy report, the murder weapon was a blunt object, correct? You've done your homework, pal. And you haven't found this murder weapon, have you? The police are searching for it as we speak. My theory is that it's something the perpetrator ran off with. You think so? But you would think so, especially since you didn't find it on the scene. No, I bet he made it disappear with magic. Ho ho ho. There wasn't much that we could go after Gumshoe with this one. He gave us the facts as we saw them, but there's gotta be more to this. I didn't see anything. We gotta ask more about the box. About the lock, so do we need like a key? You said the box was locked. How exactly was it locked? Well, it had quite a sturdy lock on it. It took quite a bit to open that bad boy up. Oh, they did open it. So when you found the box, it was locked, correct? Yes, it was. Some of the forensics teams took it back to the prison to crack it open. I see. Continue, Detective. Go back. So about the contents. Do you mind telling us what was inside that box? Well, when we found the box, it was locked tighter than Fort Knox. So we took it back to the station and cracked it open. All that was inside was this little bottle. Oh. Was that crack and cocaine? Bottle? What is that, Detective? Exactly what it looks like, Your Honor. It's a condiment box. Salt? What's inside the bottle? It's filled with pepper. That shit is not pepper. Pepper? Why in the world was it locked in that big box? There's only one little... Why was there only one little bottle in that huge box? I wonder if that's some sort of special meaning. It contains pepper. What the hell? Well, I think we have a good feel for the details of the events now. I guess that's all we're gonna get out of Gumshoe in this case. You mean all we're gonna get out of him is that little bottle of pepper? Now that we have wrapped up the detective, I'd like to call my next witness. Yeah, I'm not even off the stand yet. Obviously, but that's due to you being slow and unable to take a hint. I don't know, but wrapped up has such a mean sound to it. I'm a sensitive guy. Thank you very much, Detective Gumshoe. You may step down. Miss Von Karma, call your next witness. I would like to call Mr. Benjamin Woodman... Oh, fuck. Benjamin Woodman to the stand. She must be talking about the ventriloquist. I wonder if Trilo will show up on the stand as well. Probably not. Oh, he is. Please state your name and occupation for the record.
My full name is Trioquist. I'm employed as an operatic tenor.
Excuse me. The witness called to the stand when Mr. Benjamin Woodman, ventriloquist.
That robe must be cutting off your circulation. I said that I was the singer. Maybe you don't believe me. Fine, I'll grace you with the song. Ahem. Me. The world of the law, exciting and daring, guilt or innocence, decided by a judge dressed up like a woman. Haha, well, what do you think?
It had a good rhythm. It's just the lyrics. They leave something to be desired, so to speak. Trio, you know better than to insult a judge.
Shut up, just look at your nose. You would think you'd have the sense to fix it. It's so ugly, I want to punch you in the face on the off chance swelling would help. You know, that your nose is the reason you'll never be an A-list star. Celebrities must really enjoy saying everything that flashes into their minds. What's going on here? Order, order! I demand to know who the witness is. Don't worry about me, sir. I'll let Trio handle this. I'm not worried about you one bit. I'm worried about getting testimony. Ouch! You won't get anywhere trying to figure out this witness now. Now let's proceed. Wait, so why is he the witness? Once practice is over, I left the tent with the stooge. I mean clown. Wait, I thought we were gonna have the clown as a witness. Once we get to the lodging house, I ditched them and went back to... Wait, what? I ditched them and went back to the plaza's entrance. Oh, okay. When he says I, it's both of them. That's when I saw Max heading towards the scene of the crime. He was the only one heading that way. How could that punk not be the killer? Then the police showed up and took Magic Boy away. Oh, well, there's a big gap in that testimony. You saw Maximilian Galactica heading towards the scene. You're sure of that? Without a doubt, he had on his silk hat, cloak, and the dumb white roses on his chest. How can you mistake someone with that crazy getup and his nose stuck up so high? That's enough. I think we all get the picture. Just one thing. You said you ditched the clown? That's right, dress boy. Well, since you weren't with him, couldn't that mean the clown committed the crime? He's got a point. What a shame. It was a nice theory, but the clown can't be the culprit. Why's that? Here's absolute proof. A silk hat? This was found at the scene of the crime. It belongs to the defendant. Ah. Without question, he was wearing his signature hat during practice. If the clown was the murderer, there would be no reason for this hat to be at the scene. Well done, Miss Von Karma. Your prosecution skills are unrivaled. Well done. Thank you for stating the obvious. Mr. Phoenix Wright, what do you have to say? Okay, I guess she's the boss again today. Hold on. I kinda got lost in the testimony. Once practice was over, I left the tent with the clown. Okay. Left the tent with the clown. We got to the lodging house, I ditched the clown and went back to the entrance. That's when I saw Max heading towards the scene of the crime. And he was the only one headed that way. How could that punk not be the killer? Then the police showed up and... Okay, I see. But even then, there's a big time gap in that testimony. Okay, so after practice... Because obviously the murder happened pretty much 15 minutes after practice. So after practice, these two were with the clown. And then they walked over to the lodging. And then... pretty much, she was like, oh wait, I think Regina's back at the big tent or whatever. We're gonna head over there. And the clown's like, well, I'm just gonna sleep or whatever the fuck. So then they leave him. And then, as they're going to the big tent, they see Max walking towards the lodge. And that's it, pretty much. And then they saw the aftermath of him being arrested, so like, they just put two and two together. Oh yeah, well, for sure. What a terrible testimony. Alright, I wonder why she didn't put up the clown as a witness. I feel like that would... I'm the better witness, in my opinion. Alright. So once practice was over, I left the tent with the clown. The clown. You're talking about Mo Bamba.
Of course I'm talking about that old fart. He's so pathetic, I can't stand him. Just a little bit of excuse that his makeup is running all over the place. Once practice was over, he was 9/10 of the way to keeling over for good.
Poor guy.
We didn't have any choice, so Ben took him back to his room. When it comes to being a first place loser, that guy's ahead of the pack.
Then what happened?
Once we got to the lodging house, I ditched him and went back to the plaza's entrance.
Why the plaza's entrance?
To do some thinking, of course.
It was awfully cold out that night, especially with all the snow around. Wouldn't thinking in your nice warm lodging house have been a better idea?
Mr. Phoenix Wright, I think you should leave the thinking to the witness.
But I'm a good thunker. At least my teacher said I was.
That's when I saw Max heading towards the scene of the crime.
But you didn't see his face, though. Are you sure it was really Max Galactica?
Of course I'm sure. How could you mistake someone wearing such a snobby three-piece getup?
Snobby three-piece getup?
Get the wax out of your ears. Lawyers nowadays, you're like talking to a brick wall. Max's three-piece getup. Jeez, could you be any more dense? All together now. Silk hat, cloak, white roses. Thank you.
Nick, I think you should put a little bit more effort into preparing your questions. I mean, that makes sense. Hats, cloak, roses. But I would say his hair is also a big thing. Did you see the hair?
Alright, he was the only one heading that way. How could that punk not be the killer? You saw Max and only Max, right, Trio? That's right, and that makes him the killer. There's only one person headed that way that night. That makes quite a bit of sense and makes Max one suspicious character. There's more to the story than meets the eye. Is there something I miss? There's no proof it was Max, right? Like, you didn't see his face. Wait a second. There's no proof that the witness saw Maximilian Galactica. Hey, you still don't get it, don't you? I saw what I saw. It was Max's three-piece joke of a costume. Alright, let's say it all together now. Silk hat, cloak, white roses. Thank you. I think you should study up on your celebrities, Mr. Wright. Alright, he said that like a couple of times now. I'm starting to grow suspicious. Is this the same hat? It's got the peacock, and then like a yellow, purple iris with the red dot. Yeah, that's the same one. Alright. Then the police showed up and took Magic Boy away. Around what time did the police arrive at the scene? I suppose that would have been around... Hey, what time was it? I think it was around, I'd say, a bit after 10:30 p.m., I think. Practice ended at 10 p.m., so you hung around the lodging house the entire time? I guess that sounds about right. Wasn't awfully cold. I can't believe you just stood outside in that weather. Well, the truth is... Will you shut up, you big-nosed dope? Why are you telling him anything extra? Why can't you believe that we just stand outside in that weather? Well, maybe you were waiting for someone. What? Who said we were waiting for someone? Mr. Phoenix, right? We can all do without your offhanded theories. But this witness, he's cracking under the pressure already. I'm onto something. Mr. Wright. Who do you suppose the witness was waiting for in the cold that night? Regina, probably? Well, if he was waiting outside in the cold, it was for one person. And one person only. He was waiting for the animal tamer, Regina. Wah! You were waiting outside for Regina to come back to the lodging house. Am I mistaken? Is this true? Well, you can't really ask me that question. Who cares who I was waiting for that night? What's important is what I saw. Don't you forget it. Well. The puppet may be a bit stiff, but he's right. Eh? It seems that at this stage, I have no reason to doubt this witness' testimony. And there are clearly no conclusive contradictions. He's right. A brilliant judgment, Your Honor. Now let's move along with the testimony. Trio wouldn't happen to have an ulterior motive for incriminating Max, would he? Well, Max is part of that bitter love triangle with Regina, which is probably why Max conked him over the head. Nick, wasn't Ben the one who got knocked over on the head? Yeah, I think so. I don't know anymore. But wasn't Regina the one that made that hat for Max? I think. What is this? That's a bit strange, don't you think? What's strange? That you only saw Max. Doesn't it seem like you should have seen someone else as well? What? Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright? Oh, wait. They should also see the Ringmaster, actually. Yeah, he's right. Who else do you suppose this witness could have seen? The Ringmaster. That's the victim. That's correct. If Trio was at the entrance to the plaza, he should have seen the Ringmaster as well. Obviously the Ringmaster arrived at the scene of the crime before the witness could have seen him. Anyone with sense would have figured that one out. What are you talking about? The Ringmaster and Max went together to the Ringmaster's room. Is that, according to the defendant, a likely story? If Maximilian Galactica was supposed to be in the Ringmaster's room, why was he just, as the witness stated, at the scene of the crime? Oh. I see. Alright. There was obviously a reason why this witness was there that night. He spent all that time waiting for Regina to arrive. Moreover, even if someone else would have walked right in front of him, a lot of duck slims, I doubt he would have paid them a second thought. I'm lost in the sauce. Ah! I don't know what I'm saying anymore. That makes perfect sense. What did you just say? The witness saw the defendant at the scene of the crime. However, he did not see the victim on the way to his eventual demise. If you accept that, then you must accept that there is a high likelihood that he could have missed someone else other than Max had— Ow! There is absolutely no proof that the witness was waiting for the animal tamer. I do. I guess you got me. Alright. I'll spill the beans for real this time. It's true. I was waiting for Regina. Pain. Don't volunteer things. Mr. Quist, tell us the truth this time, and I mean the whole truth. Were you, or were you not, waiting for Regina at the entrance to the lodging house? I was. I was waiting to propose to her. You were what? Waiting to propose? Damn. What's the matter? You think that humans have a monopoly on marriage? That the matter of puppet marriage is not under review in this case. You're the judge. I mean, look at your horrible outfit. More pain. Thanks to your bumbling, my perfect plan is not so perfect anymore. Now we have to waste time getting to the bottom of some silly proposal by a puppet. Don't be so surprised that I was going to propose to Regina. I even had something to give to her. I kept it in my pocket, waiting for the chance to propose and give it to her. Of course, I also had it in my pocket that night. Why did he say it like 3 times? It was a present for her. In the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I've still got it in my pocket. I have it. Said it like 4 times. You were going to propose you a puppet? Don't be so obtuse. Just because I'm a puppet doesn't mean I can't love. I guess you're right. Just because I'm old doesn't mean I couldn't propose to her too. Exactly. His honor's looking a little less than honorable right now. Okay, Mr. Wright, please continue with your cross-examination. What was with that sigh at the end? Don't be so surprised that I was going to propose to Regina. By proposal, you mean proposing marriage, correct? To Regina? Of course that's what I meant. What kind of stupid question is that? I was going to propose that we become some sort of outlaw biker gang together. Right, Ben? Yeah. Got it. That's the truth. I even had something to give to her. What was it exactly that you planned on giving to her? You know exactly what I was going to give her, numbskull. The only thing I could find that could match Regina's beauty. Answer his question. What was it? You're gonna die when you hear this. It's an engagement ring. Engagement? Engagement ring? Wow, those two nearly fell out of their chairs. Mr. Phoenix Wright's joke has gone too far. Time for this to end right here. Francisco Whip looks like it's about to lash out at almost anything. One hit from that will probably shut someone up for a long time. Push on anyways. It may be something of a joke, but this is a historic moment. The first time that a pup— Ow! I advise you to cut this argument short. I'm going to have to agree with the defense here. Will the witness please revise their testimony, specifically about the engagement ring? I'd like to stick to facts, not sociology. You sure do like sweating the you do enjoy sweating the details, especially for a man in a black bathrobe. What? I plan on giving an engagement ring to Regina. I kept it in my pocket. Oh wait, I should... Do I press this? Yeah. An engagement ring. Uh-huh, it's actually a diamond-shaped stone cut from glass. Even more brilliant than the real thing. I think Regina's going to love it. It's just a ring. What's the matter, Nick? Well, there's got to be something I can catch him on. I kept it in my pocket, waiting for the chance to propose and give it to her. Whose pocket was the ring in? Mine, of course. What a stupid question. You've got to be kidding me. You think Ben could pull that off?
I'm sorry. Really?
You don't have to apologize for that. He's the one who should be apologizing.
Really?
Of course, I also had in my pocket that night. It was a present for her.
So you went to the lodging house to give it to her?
That's right. I tried to give it to her during practice so many times that I lost count. But that uppity snob kept getting in the way.
Uppity snob? Oh. Why is Max talking? When I get a hold of him, I'm going to saw his wood block in half, and not with magic. Well, they always say that love creates rivalries. So what about this present?
In the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I've still got it in my pocket.
So you're still thinking of trying to give it to Regina?
Of course I am. I spent 3 months' salary on this thing. I'm not gonna give up that easily.
Wonder how much he receives for appearing in the circus. Probably way more than he deserves. How about it, Nick? I think it's about time to unwrap this toy's testimony.
That's the spirit. Give him heck.
Maybe you should get out more. All right, so we're just gonna present the ring. He doesn't have it in his pocket. I have it. We're gonna save real quick because we're kind of deep in. Bing, bing, bing. Present. Ring.
Objection!
Trio, do you mind if I show you something?
What is it? What are you talking about?
Uh-oh, looks like they're both going to double team me now. Do you recognize this ring?
Ah, that's mine. Give it back. Thief! Thief!
Didn't you just testify about this very object? I believe you said, in the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I still got it in my pocket. So why then do I have it right here in my pocket?
Ah!
What's going on here?
That's... Ben, say something.
Don't put me on the spot like that, Trio. I found this in Money's room. Money's room? A room that they put money, like a bank vault?
Ah, that filthy monkey's gonna get what's coming to him.
Mr. Quist, I would prefer if you avoided slandering innocent fiats in my court. Well, Your Honor, Money really is a monkey in every sense of the word. Oh, I see. Well then, Money likes to go after the shiniest thing that he can grab and gather them up. Shiny things? Trio, when was this ring stolen from you? Well, I suppose it was that time, you know, that night, the night of the crime. What did you just say? Details. I need more details. Well, it was stolen right after Max showed up in the plaza. Right about when you saw the defendant walk... right when you saw the defendant walk past, correct? Well, I guess you might, be able to say that. The ring might have, well, could have been taken around that time.
Ben, what's wrong with you? Oh, whatever. It has nothing to do with anything, especially not who committed the murder.
It's not for you to decide who has to do with that. Now, Trio, back to the topic at hand.
I haven't admitted a thing. Not I, Mr. Trio Quist.
What did you do when the ring was taken, Trio?
You know exactly what I did. I chased after that ring-snatching monkey Money.
But you weren't able to catch up with him, were you?
It's all this slow, loafy fool called Ben's fault. When he was fumbling his way through the snow, that dumb monkey was able to get away.
That is indeed an incredible shame. Many say this is the worst case of all time, but this is one of my favorite cases, and if we have fun playing, I will. So far, I mean, I think it's still decent so far. There's a lot of characters, which means that there's possibly a lot of suspects, I think. As of right now, I guess the only problem I have so far is it still feels like I know absolutely nothing about the case, especially going into the trial. But I mean, so far it seems okay. It's decent, but we'll see. It's only day one. Let's see. Well, this does indeed prove one very important fact. Prove an important point. What point could that possibly be? That Ben doesn't exercise enough, clearly. Ben's testimony has a flaw. There's a huge contradiction in this witness's testimony. Okay, contradiction? The witness just testified to the following effect. Up until the police arrived, he didn't move from the entrance to the plaza. However, the witness just stated that he chased after Money the Monkey. When the witness was off chasing Money, there was no one watching the plaza. What is the meaning of all this, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Where are you going with this little theory of yours? I'm saying that there is no possible way that this witness saw the plaza entrance the entire time. Yeah, everybody, you'll learn more definitely as you go through more of the testimony, but you'll be shocked by who the true culprit is. Yeah. I mean, that's how all of these things are. I think the twist is what makes these great. How's Clown Town? It's going okay. I kind of get an idea what's going on, but not so much. Hopefully by the end of this trial day, I'll know more about what's going on. So far, there's a lot of dots. I'm not really connecting, or I'm not able to connect a lot of dots. But we're slowly connecting some dots right now. Let's see. That's where I'm going with this little theory, which leads me to my next point. It is entirely possible that someone other than the defendant was at the scene. True. I guess Max...
Objection!
No, but he was in the office the entire time, and that's what he said. Well then, tell me this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Do you have any proof that someone slipped past this vigilante ventriloquist? Oh, do I?
Objection!
Well, he obviously didn't see the victim, the ringmaster, arrive on the scene. However, that doesn't change the fact that he saw the defendant arrive. The witness is lying. He is blinded by his rivalry with Max. Well, the defense's argument does hold water. This witness does have a history of animosity towards the defendant.
What? How dare you? I wouldn't lie just to get that dork face in trouble. He's not even worth it. I saw him. No doubt about it. I saw that worthless liar.
Well, just for clarity's sake, let's flesh out exactly who you saw on that night.
Ha! I've told you so many times you'd think you know my story's not gonna change.
You've already changed your story, stick boy, and I'm going to make sure you will change some more. When there's one lie, there are usually more behind it. Exactly, Maya. That's why we have to keep going after him.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'll give you that I was waiting that night for Regina. But that doesn't change the fact that I saw Max in the plaza that night. He showed up after I'd been waiting there for about 5 minutes. I said good evening to him, but he didn't even acknowledge my presence. I'm absolutely sure it was him. I saw Maximilian Galactica at the scene. There's no way I could mistake in someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. Silk hat, cloak, and white roses. Say it with me, guys.
Oh my god. So that means that money didn't show up until after you saw Max. That makes sense, yeah. Like, if we assume that this quote-unquote Max is the acro... do I have him as... Oh, shit. Do I have him as a profile? Probably not. I'm assuming he's an acrobat. Assuming that, that quote-unquote Max was acro. This is probably his pet. Or this is his pet. And then snagged, his ring. That would mean Acro is at the lodge. I'm pretty sure at this time Max is supposed to be... What did he say? He was in the ringmaster's office. And then when he walked... Yeah, because he was inside. And then the ringmaster's like, oh, I gotta take care of something. Ringmaster left. And then Max like, well, what the fuck? He's taking too long. He walks out and he's dead. Something like that. Max was never... Well, I guess the only time he left was to go check on the crime scene? I actually don't know. I don't remember. Then Money snatched the ring and you went chasing after him. Yeah, and he usually... Wait, but... Money's room is in the lodging, so then that means... They should have seen the crime scene then. Or at least who was at... Yeah, well, the events might have... It might have been before the actual crime. How long was it until you came back to where you were waiting?
Well, let's see. I'd say about...
I suppose 5 minutes, I think. 10, 10:05. 10:15. Does that mean they were back in the plaza entrance at 10:10? So the victim could have arrived at... Wait. So the victim could have arrived on the scene in that 5-minute stretch. Between 10:05 and 10:10? I'm assuming that 5-minute stretch. Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination.
I'll give you that I was waiting for that night for Regina.
So you're only concerned with waiting for Regina that night. That means you probably wouldn't have noticed if someone else showed up.
You should think about how many eyes I actually have. I've got 4, you know. 4. F-O-U-R, counting Ben, of course. With that many eyes, do you really think something would have slipped by me?
4 eyes is an awful lot of attention directed at one area, I suppose. Yikes, the judge is even more dangerous to our case than Trio.
But that doesn't change the fact that I saw Max in that plaza that night.
So you saw Max coming out of the big top that night.
Of course, that's where I saw him coming from.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I was staring at the entrance to the tent that entire time.
I guess that makes sense, especially since he was waiting for Regina.
He showed up after I had been waiting there for about 5 minutes.
Okay, so they walked out at like 10 o'clock. And then Max, quote-unquote Max, showed up at 10:05. About what time would you say these events took? Oh, there we go. Perfect.
You're one of the dumbest people on the planet if you can't figure it out yourself. You already know that the practice finished promptly at 10 p.m. You already know that I went to the lodging house right after practice. You don't need to be a brain surgeon to know around what time it was when I saw him. Just add 10 minutes. I'm sure you could do that. Now, what time was it?
Indeed, what time was it? What time was it? Let me think about that for a sec.
Yeah, I'm no good at...
It was... Oh, I was off by 5 minutes. It was 10:10 p.m. Ah, yes, that sounds about right. Okay. I thought it was 10:05. So at 10:10 is when Trio saw quote-unquote Max. Okay.
It sounds about right, because that's the time that I saw Max on the scene.
Gonna vibe here and hope the show is good. Oh, that's all good.
I said good morning to him, but he didn't even acknowledge my presence.
So you testified that you said good evening to Max that night.
You must enjoy asking incredibly obvious questions. You say good morning in the morning and good afternoon during the day, right? And it's obvious that I'd say good night to someone at night.
Well, it's nighttime.
What, Ben? You've got something to add? Let me guess. That's not it, Trio. You say good evening at night.
I'm sorry, Trio. Mr. Quist, I would prefer if you kept your ventriloquist act outside of the courtroom.
Impossible. A performer lives and breathes his performance. You should know better.
There's got to be something wrong with this bit of testimony. Yeah, I mean, it's 10 p.m. Like, you should be going to bed. Isn't that a bit strange to you?
What do you mean?
Well, if you hate Max so much, why would you bother being nice to him? It strikes me as somewhat strange.
Why would it strike you strange?
Exactly. How is it strange to be cordial to one of your coworkers? Well, if it was simply just being cordial to a coworker, I would understand. Ow, that hurts. Maybe you should think of having some proof before your lips start flapping next time. Proof is everything in this world. You should have learned that back in grade school. There's no reason for Trio would ever say something nice to Max. But how do I go around without proving evidence? Bluffing is everything. Oh, a wine bottle. I guess I could give it a shot. The witness will resume his testimony. I'll come back later.
I'm absolutely sure it was him. I saw Maximilian Galactica on the scene.
You're 100% absolutely sure of what you just said.
I told you already. Jeez, I am 100% absolutely sure.
There's no way that he could be more confident than that, right?
There's no way I could mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols.
Oh my god, he's gonna say it again. Those 3 ridiculous symbols, huh?
Out of curiosity, exactly how many times have you asked that question by now?
Probably 2 times.
If you're gonna ask again, I'll answer with the chorus. Everyone together now. Silk hat, cloak, white roses. Thank you very much.
Maya, you didn't have to join in, did you?
but it's fun shouting out with everyone else. There has to be a hole in this testimony somewhere. I agree, but do we have proof? I do. So where's the part where we say good evening? This wine, this broken bottle. He got clobbered. Why you just give him the death stare? Have you seen that puppet? Yeah, I'd give him that bottle. I'd be like, bang! Shut up!
Objection!
Discord said you streaming on Twitch? Actually? Maybe I am. Let me see. No, it's not. It says I'm streaming on YouTube. I mean, I do have my Twitch account linked, but... Okay, but it says YouTube on it. I see the oh, I see. Streaming on Twitch. Maybe I should multi-stream. Thoughts? Are you sure we're speaking to the same person, Miss Karma? It also says Twitch. Yeah, it says both Twitch and YouTube. Should I multi-stream? Stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time? Oh my god. Trio, is it not true that you had a fight with Max on the day of the murder? A fight? A fight over Regina, to be exact.
It wasn't that big of a deal. It was just an argument, a disagreement at most.
A disagreement usually doesn't end with someone getting clonked over the head.
Ah!
That morning, Ben got clobbered over the head by Max, didn't he? What? Is that an admission of assault and battery? Ouch! Before we handle that, we should wrap up the defendant's murder first charge. The truth is, on that day of the crime, the defendant and the witness had a huge fight. There's absolutely no way that they would have suddenly become cordial that evening. Moreover, just consider the personality of the witness on the stand. What music you play during games? Wait, what do you mean during games? If I'm playing whatever music? Usually non-copyrighted music, so like video game music mostly. Because I can't play, like, as much as I want to play like The Weeknd or whatever, or like Sabrina Carpenter, you would just get DMCA'd. Or like you'd get copyright striked and then like blah blah blah. So I think that's the same thing on Twitch as well. That's why a lot of people have like they split their audio tracks. Genshin music? Oh yeah, I just play video game soundtracks because almost all video game soundtracks don't get copyrighted off the VODs. Or yeah, you could play Genshin music if you want. Yeah, if that's the question. Moreover, just consider the personality of the witness on stand. There is no way a puppet this lewd would just go up and say, "Good evening" to his rival. Ah! Are you saying this witness is lying? That he is trying to frame the defendant by claiming to have seen him at the scene of the crime?
I didn't tell a single lie. Honestly, I just...
That's enough from you, Mr. Quist. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? Let's clarify this testimony for the court. Could you explain your theory about who the witness actually saw that night? I think he saw Acro. Because why else would the monkey be... would just, like, spawn in, right? The monkey is Acro's pet. He saw a different person. It is my belief that the witness did indeed see someone that night. It was just someone else. That's who he said good evening to. That is true. That is true. It's someone that you're friendly with. What kind of theory is that? The correct one. Furthermore, I don't believe that person... Wait, I don't believe the person the witness saw was Max at all. What? If he truly met Max that night, there would have been no greeting at all. Which means there is only one proper answer. The person the witness saw that night was not Maximilian Galactico. That is why Trio made the effort to greet whoever it was that he saw that evening. Or good evening, as he put it. What in the world? Would the defense client kindly explain who the... Wait. I don't have Acro, though. Wait. If it's at 10:10... He probably saw the Ringmaster. I would say Acro, but I don't even have a profile for Acro.
So it has to be the ringmaster. I mean, who else could it be? Regina? He wouldn't even say shit. He would just tackle her. Mo's already in the logic. It would have to be the ringmaster, because he had to go from his office to the scene of the crime. Considering the ill temper of this witness, there's only one person he would greet. It must be Regina. It's Regina, right? She's so cute. No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor. It's not Regina. If it were Regina, Trio would have given her the engagement ring as a present. Oh, yeah. I suppose you got a point there. It was Russell Berry, the victim himself, was it not? You are correct. It was indeed Russell Berry. The person you saw that evening was the victim, the ringmaster, Russell Berry. That's why you greeted him, Trio. Isn't that correct? Well, answer the question, Mr. Quist. Ah! Order, order. How do you respond to this?
Well, wait a second. Well, at first I thought it was the old man, but once I got a better look at him, it was obviously Maximilian Galactica.
Yeah, sure. I think it's high time that we clear the air about this question. Mr. Quest obviously witnessed a single person in the area of the plaza that evening. The problem is identifying who that person was exactly. Was it Maximilian Galactica? Or was it the ringmaster? The prosecution argues that it was the defendant that the witness saw that night. The witness has clearly stated that he saw the defendant's three symbols.
Alright, this is getting old. Come on, man, you've got to remember them by now. Here we go again. Everyone, all together now. Ow!
Yes, we know. The silk hat, cloak, and white roses. A silk hat and a cloak. Anyone could wear them. They'd even look good on me. What was that? Well, the witness has endlessly repeated what he saw Max's three symbols. However, do we really know it was Maximilian Galactica? It could have been someone else dressed up as him. Possibly even Russell Berry. What? Miss Von Karma, do you have a clear evidence that the person the witness saw was the defendant? Do you have clear evidence that the person that Trio witnessed, or what Trio saw, was a defendant? Other than the testimony? Well, if that's the case, then it is impossible for me to make a judgment at this point. Yes, I think we finally won a point in this one. That is very unfortunate. Huh? You're just a little too excited for your own good, Mr. Phoenix, right? What do you mean by that? You merely established one thing from this witness. You established that this witness saw one person in the plaza that night. I applaud you on your effort, but... Who that person was can only be answered by the next witness. Or just calling another witness. Huh? Your Honor, the prosecution will provide, beyond a shadow of a doubt, an answer to that question, and evidence that clearly establishes one thing. That there is no one other than Maximilian Galactica responsible for this crime. Very well. The court will take a 10-minute recess. During that time, I request that prosecution prepare their next witness. Court is now in recess. I almost said in session. To be continued. Well, in that case, I'm gonna end stream today. I'm gonna take a nap, and then... Oh, we keep going. We're beating this case today. Sweetie, you have to believe me, I didn't go anywhere near that crime scene. So then where were you when the murder took place? In the office. We talked about it yesterday, remember? I was in the ringmaster's room. And while you were there... Hold on. So the ringmaster has his outfit on the stand. But when I went in there, his coat was there. So this pretty much means that person that Trio saw was the ringmaster. But why was the ringmaster pretending to be Max? Oh, random trash can. Exactly. He told me to wait in the room because he would be right back. That's when the ringmaster headed to the scene of the crime, right? That's what it seems like. But the ringmaster must have been wearing Max's costume, right? Oh, sweetie, I just remembered. I went straight to the ringmaster's room still dressed in my stage clothes. But when I got there, I went ahead and took the costume off. Which means... It means that the ringmaster could have taken his costume and went out looking like Max. Fabulous. That's a fabulously possible possibility. But is it true, though? Yeah, well done, Nick. Well, it has to be. I went there and the coat was there. However, sweetie, why would the ringmaster want to dress up like me? Isn't that a bit strange? I agree. If you think about it, all they found at the scene of the crime was my silk hat. What about my cloak? Where did that go? Double, Wow, Max, I never thought like that. You should be a detective or something. Well, I was never quite sure of what to be when I grew up, a magician or a president. You have no idea how hard it was to make a decision like that. That's really cool. Fabulous, this mystery just keeps getting deeper. 12:06. Alright, I need a quick recess myself. Give me like 2. Alright. Now that everyone is back, let's get started. The court is now back in session. Ms. Von Karma, please proceed with the prosecution's case. Very well, I will now call my next witness. A pitiful clown who has the unfortunate distinction of having seen the entire thing. He should have been the first witness. Will Mr. Lawrence Curls please take the stand? Why did she just call him a pitiful clown? Okay, let's see if I still remember the voice. The witness will state his name and occupation for the court record. Why is he sad? Okay. Name and occupation. Will the witness please inform the court why he is speaking in autobiographical... Biography? What? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just not used to being in court. I've never been in the courtroom in my life. I wasn't quite sure what joke is best suited for this sort of occasion. What in the world are you talking about? You're in a grand hall of justice, not some comedy club. Since it's easy to see your occupation, please say your name for the court. Oh yeah, maybe this joke is okay. Mom, do I have to wear pants? The sign only says no shirt, no shoes, no service. Ha 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 ha. Okay, how about this? Have you met my proctologist? Dr. Seymour Butch. How was that one? Ha 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 ha. But a couple of clowns Your name? Lawrence Curls, professional funny man, also known as Mo the Clown. You witnessed the scene at around 10:15 p.m. that day of the murder, correct? Yes, it is. Very well, Mr. Curls. Will you please testify to what you saw that evening?
A rabbi, a priest, and a Rastafarian walked in...
Without the humor, please.
Okay.
Aw, poor Mo can't be his normal stoogey self in court. Good.
I know. I'm not the greatest comedian in the world. I haven't been able to make people laugh for 10 years. No matter what I say, all I get in return is a vacant stare, and polite applause. Since no one ever laughs at my jokes, I've taken to laughing at them myself. It's a bad habit, but hey, at least I'm trying. Imagine my predicament. I'm a clown who can't make people laugh. I'm almost useless, but I keep trying. I even tried to come up with jokes just for today, but this atmosphere is very nerve-wracking. I decided to try to make everyone laugh. Seriously, everyone. Why do you think of me? How am I doing?
What the hell does this have to do with the murder? Aren't we the ones supposed to be asking the questions here?
Witness.
Huh? We will listen to your call for help after the court proceedings are over. Thus, please stick to the facts of this case.
Really? You'll hear me out?
Well, I'll make sure that one of my staff will be your straight man later.
Thank you. I can't wait.
Poor Gumshoe. Now that that's settled, shall we begin once again with the testimony?
Of course we can. I'll talk for as long as you want. That night of the murder, after practice over, I went straight back to my room. You have no idea how tired I was that night. I was pooped. I thought I'd go straight to sleep, but before I did, I glanced out the window. That's when I saw two silhouettes. They were a bit far away though. It was the ringmaster, and he was with Max, who was wearing his cloak. I kept watching them, and all of a sudden, Max clunks the ringmaster over the head.
Wait, that would make it sound like the ringmaster... What? That's very interesting. If this eyewitness account is to be believed, I have enough to pass judgment right now. Of course you can. There is no way that this account can be criticized. However, the witness is a bit, how do you say, off-kilter. Almost like he has some sort of atmosphere of guilt surrounding him.
That must be because of my insincere smile.
Mr. Wright, please examine the defense's cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Nick, you gotta find some kind of contradiction in his testimony. I know that. Mr. Wright, Your Honor, I'm afraid that if you push this witness too far, it would bring disaster upon the court. Thus, I sincerely hope that you are not going to engage in pointless saber-rattling. I understand, Your Honor. If you cause this clown to stray from the facts, I'll hold you responsible. Oh, no. Why am I responsible? I'm not the one with the corny jokes. Alright, so don't press everything, I guess? Well, we'll save, and then we'll press everything. If I get penalized, we'll be picky-choosy. That night of the murder, after practice was over, I went back to my room. You'd say that practice wrapped up around 10 p.m., correct?
Gee, that's the thing.
Huh?
How exactly am I supposed to make a joke about 10 p.m.? Now, 8 o'clock, that's something a clown can riff off of. Let's just pretend it was 8 o'clock. That way I can make a joke.
Let's not make it 8 p.m., alright, Mo?
What do you mean, let's not? Don't take the clown out of the... Wait, what? Don't take the clown out of the clowning round.
Come on, Nick, just listen to his joke. There are 3 more reasons why I don't want to. 1, I probably won't laugh. 2, I'll get hit with a penalty. 3, I'll get whipped. 4, I'll get pegged. Will the witness just proceed with his factual testimony? You are so boring.
You have no idea how tired I was that night. I was pooped.
You were pooped that night.
Yes, I was very, very tired. Not to mention I had some bad Mexican...
Oh my god, wait, hold on. I gotta blow my nose. No way, this guy had Taco Bell.
Not to mention, I had some Taco Bell.
What?
A double cheese double bean enchilada is a dangerous menu item on Taco Bell. What happened after that, as they say, happens. That one was cool, huh? I hear the kids really love toilet humor these days.
Does that mean I'm a kid if I laugh to that? That joke was so hip, I don't want to ruin it with a reply. I've got a good reply, though. That joke was so funny. It just... What?! I lost HP?! What? Alright, we'll press this.
I thought I'd go straight to sleep, but before I did, I glanced out the window.
Yeah, the Baja Blast got him good. He blasted that shit out. You just happened to glance out of the window.
You could say that. You could say I also peeked, stared, glimpsed, peeped, eyeballed.
Mr. Curls,
Oh, I guess synonyms aren't allowed either.
what should I do? I wonder if I should press him further. Let's press further. This is pretty important, I would say. Exactly why did you look out your window that night?
Why? Why? Clowns don't need a reason to look out their window, do they?
Kinda. That's not what I meant. I meant that, well, when we spoke yesterday.
Once I tucked myself into bed, I heard this amazing noise. It was incredibly loud. It sounded like a giant thump. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
You forgot? Your Honor, the witness looked out of his window upon hearing a loud sound. He did not just simply glance out of his window that night.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot to mention that thump, didn't I? Ow!
That's not something you just forget to mention. Yeah, what she said. I believe it would be best if Mo were to revise his testimony. Very well, Mr. Curls, please revise your testimony. This should start turning the tables in our favor.
I heard a huge noise outside the window, and that's what made me look outside.
What did the noise sound like? What was the sound like?
Well, I guess it kind of sounded like, I guess you could say...
Mr. Curls, may the court remind you that humor is unnecessary.
How do you know that I was gonna make a joke? I guess the sound sounded like I suppose it sounded like someone getting hit with something very hard. Yup, that's what it sounded like, honestly.
Someone getting hit. What then? You went to look out with the window and you saw?
That's when I saw two silhouettes. They're a bit far away, though.
Far away, you say? If you had to say exactly, how far away were they?
Let me think about that for a sec. If my room is here, and they looked about yay big, I'd say they're about 30 feet from my window.
That's 10 yards. 10 yards is nothing. They're right in front of you. Just 30 feet? That's not far at all. That's what I'm saying. That's like right in front of you.
It was snowing that night and it cut down on
but 10 yards visibility? Are you sure? I thought the blizzard died down like after 10. Like I thought the blizzard was going on like all night, but right when it hit, this guy's like, he saw everything. I see. Please continue with your testimony regarding the two shadows you saw.
It was the ringmaster, and he was with Max, who was wearing his cloak.
Do I press him on this? Sure. Wait, but wait, I thought... Yeah. You'd say you clearly saw this, even though you were by your own admission far away.
That's right. I had been thinking about it over and over since that night, but things didn't really make sense until I spoke with the prosecutor,
Okay. He was fed with lies.
But now I'm 100% certain that it was Max and the ringmaster that I saw that night. Just think about it. How could I be wrong if Max is always wearing his uppity symbols?
Uppity symbols.
Lawyers nowadays, do you even go to school? Anyway, everyone knows what's all together now. Say with Uncle Mo.
He's got no emotion.
See what I mean? It's always like this. The crowd never wants to go along with me. I must really be utterly and completely worthless as a clown. Ah!
Enough foolishness. get back on track. Will the witness please testify as to what he saw, and only what he saw?
I kept watching them, and all of a sudden, Max clunked the ringmaster over the head.
Well, how the fuck did you see that if you couldn't see? You say you saw the ringmaster get clonked over the head.
Yes, I did. It's the climax of my story.
He really does enjoy completely random what does that even mean? Sequitur.
Sequitur. Sequitur. Sequitur.
Sequitur. The conclusion of an inference. Logical conclusion, so just a conclusion. I'm playing Super Mario RPG. Great game, short but really fun. I've always thought about wanting to play it, but it's like full price, like $67. Like, damn. Maybe I'll like play an emulated version of it one of these days. All right, so he really does enjoy the completely random non sequitur. What would you say the victim was struck with?
You mean the weapon? I have no idea. A weapon wasn't found at the murder scene, right?
That's not what I meant. You did say you did see everything, right?
Well, yeah, I suppose I did. Wait, no I didn't. I didn't see a weapon. Ha 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 ha.
Mo, did you or did you not see the crime of the murder committed that night?
Objection!
I will not permit you to harass my witness in this manner. You better have an excellent reason for attacking this poor clown, because if you don't, you know what's waiting, a nice penalty. Holy shit! So what will it be then, Mr. Phoenix, right? Do you have any clear basis to believe that my witness did not see the crime? For 5 HP. What makes me think that he did not see the scene of the crime? You want to get it? Get it on sale? I'll stand by that. So much ready? Yeah, I'm about to actually get just one-shotted. I mean, I don't really have anything, do I? Do you have any clear basis to believe that my witness did not see the crime? I mean, my only guess is, like, I could probably wing it. Use the photo. I can save right now. Wing it. With the photo. Because that's, like, the only possible thing it can be. Of course I do. Hopefully. I've got a great reason to make my claim. And I suppose you will be telling us all that great reason? Of course I will. The reason is the witness's very own There we go. I didn't have any evidence. I wanted to say part of, like, his testimony. But I didn't have any evidence that, like, was, like, parallel to the testimony. Oh, thank God that he just mentioned it. Yeah, it's the blizzard. He can't see 10 feet. He can't see the weapon. He can't see shit! Did you know it's a Square Enix game? Really? Made by Square before they became Square Enix? No way. Super Mario RPG Original. Oh yeah, right. Nintendo Square. Did they help do the remastered? Probably not. They probably don't need them. The witness's very own testimony. What is the meaning of that, Mr. Wright? Mo said that he heard a sound like a thump of someone getting hit. He did say that.
However, Mo just stated that following under the oath, I kept watching them, and all of a sudden, Max clonked the ringmaster over the head. Oh yeah, this was a one-shot kill. First you said you heard it, and then you looked, and then the next you're saying, oh, I saw the entire thing. All he did, he heard the thump. He's like, what the fuck? He had no idea what was going on at the moment. But then after the fact, Miss Von Karma told like the series of events. He said, oh, that thump must have been the hit, and then that must have been Max. Oh yeah, so then his testimony isn't what he experienced. His testimony is the conclusion that he thought, which is not true. If most to believe when he says he looked out of the window upon hearing a sound, there's no way that he could have seen Max clonk anyone. In 1970... What the hell did he just say? Mr. Curls, how do you respond to Mr. Wright's assessment? They didn't commit it. These clowns probably escaped from a maximum security clown car. Mr. Curls, are you reciting the C-Team theme to anger this court? No, I'm just stalling for time while I jog my memory. Great job, Nick. These types of witnesses always seem to have a selective memory. You just have to peel back the layers of a clown makeup to find the truth. You're back from your jog?
Well, it pretty much happened the way I said.
No, it didn't. The remake was made by people who made Dragon Quest games overlooked by Square Enix. So I don't think they had direct involvement, if that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. So they probably... It's like, similar how they did the... Well, not exactly. But like how they did the Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. Where like, it's a Game Freak game. But they had like some random ass studio to do the remake, essentially. Yeah. Or, it's not exactly like that, but it's similar to that. Well, it pretty much happened the way I said. Pretty much?
When I looked out the window that night, the ringmaster was already face down in the snow. The prosecution helped me fill in the gaps of my statement.
Von Karma. Tampering with witnesses again. So, now you're saying that you did not see the defendant clonk the ringmaster?
Yes. When I looked out my window, the ringmaster had already checked out.
Checked out?
Yep, he was on permanent vacation, as they say.
Mr. Curls,
Your Honor.
you did not witness the actual crime, however you still say you saw the criminal, correct?
Yes, exactly. The ringmaster was slumped over and I saw someone's silhouette next to him.
Very well, then please testify to the silhouette you saw. I expect the truth. And if I catch a hint of a joke from you, I will put you in a holding cell until you learn court etiquette. Got it?
Got it. It was a bit far away, but that shadow could only have belonged to Max. There's no doubting it, especially since I saw his uppity symbols. His silk hat, that black cloak, they were all there. His face was silhouetted, but there was no doubt that it was him. His cloak was fluttering in the wind, so I couldn't really see what he was carrying.
Must have been carrying the murder weapon. It does seem as if the defendant was at the scene of the crime.
It took the clown long enough to get his facts straight. But whatever, this should finally be good enough, yes?
It is decisive testimony. Was Max really at the crime scene that night? He said he wasn't there. We have to believe him. Alright, Mr. Wright, commence your cross-examination.
It was a bit far away, but that shadow could only belong to Max.
Am I really gonna press him on this? I mean, we might as well just press everything. Don't you think that you're going a little overboard with how explicit you're being? That shadow belonging to Max is awfully a firm statement, don't you think?
What are you getting at?
I'm just saying that one of your fellow performers' life is on the line. Are you truly 100% absolutely certain that it was Max?
I'm not the kind of person who would lie about something as serious as this. The silhouette I saw was Max, I'm convinced of that.
It doesn't seem like he is jumping to any conclusions this time.
Let's go over this again then. What makes you so sure that you saw Max that night?
There's no doubting it, especially since I saw his uppity symbols.
I don't want to press that.
The show cat, that black coat, they were all there.
You're missing his white rose, though. You're sure that is what you saw that night?
Exactly what I saw is exactly what I saw. I've got eyes like a hawk.
Well, you couldn't see 10 feet fucking in front of you. Don't birds have terrible night vision?
But that's not all I saw. His face was silhouetted, but there was no doubt that it was him.
You were able to see that kind of detail from your window.
Objection!
There was a light near the scene of the crime. Anyone with a decent eyesight should have been able to see that much.
Out of curiosity, Mo, what is your eyesight like?
I can see like a hawk out of my left eye and an eagle out of my right.
Our record says eyesight is perfect 20/20. That must mean he could have seen the scene of the crime. He could have seen the crime scene clearly. The more we look into this matter, the more suspicious it becomes.
Hey, you asked me what my eyesight was like, not what it actually was. His cloak was fluttering in the wind, so I couldn't really see what he was carrying.
Which could have been the murder weapon, right? So you didn't actually see what the criminal was holding.
That's correct. I've been curious to know what caused that loud sound. It must have been something incredibly hard.
Too bad they haven't found the murder weapon to know for sure. They claim it was a blunt object, at least it says in the autopsy report. In Trio's testimony and now Mo's, it really must seem like Max is the killer. Nick, you've got to find a contradiction in this. I mean, it could be the suitcase. I have to prove that Mo saw someone other than Max that night. Who could it be? They love the Superhouse and they love putting Final Fantasy in anything that can fit it in. Yeah. I mean, it could be the box. Alright, let's just press this. Trio said the same thing. But, if it was just the symbols, then even I could have been wearing them. What if someone had just taken Max's symbols and worn them?
I thought of that myself. But just looking at the shape of the face I saw, it must have been Max.
You're sure of that? Such a silly little boy. He threw his entire case headlong into a trap. But did he see the roses? Did I ask him that? Wait, how could you not see? Isn't he like just abs naked? Pretty sure even with the cloak, you should be able to clearly see what he's holding. With the quick save? Like, it's not like a detective outfit or a detective cloak or whatever. His abs and his boobs are showing.
Objection!
The witness statement is clearly... Okay, that's not it. Alright, so let me go back. It could be this. What about the white rose?
Objection!
Yeah, that's what I thought. You say you saw all of Max's uppity symbols.
I suppose so. The soul cat, the cloak, right?
Mo, everyone knows that Maximilian Galactica has 3 uppity symbols.
3 symbols?
Yay, everyone, get ready, all together now. Silk hat, cloak, white roses!
What the? Who cares if he knew that there were 3 or not? He saw what he saw, and he saw the symbols. He just forgot to mention 1. Isn't that right, Mo? Do you like pie? I love pie. What the... Silence, fool. You're to respond with the whole truth. No fractions. Wait, if he didn't know there was 3. And the murderer only had 2 of the 3. Does that mean he's the murderer?
Mo, you didn't see the roses, did you? To be honest, there weren't any roses on the person I saw. The crime scene was dark. It's obvious it was too dark to see that kind of detail. But the witness said he was able to see the silhouette of this criminal's face. Not to mention the roses are white. There's no way he could have missed them. Then the roses must have fallen off when the defendant assaulted the victim. If that was the case, then the police would have found them near the crime scene. Mr. Wright, are these white roses truly material to the facts of this case? Clearly not. He is just toying with his court. I got her on the ropes now. These seemingly insignificant facts have never failed to lead me to the truth yet. Someone is toying with the court, but it's not me. Your Honor, do you recall Trio's testimony? There's no way I could have mistaken someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. How can you mistaken someone with that crazy getup and his nose stuck up in his ass? How could you mistaken someone wearing such a snobby 3-piece getup? Trio saw all 3 of them. Trio saw all 3 of Max's symbols. However, this witness claims that there were no white roses on the person he saw. There's absolutely no doubt that this is a contradiction. Now what am I supposed to think? One is supposed to disregard the pointless, but this... Judge, forget the roses, think about his other testimony. The witness has stated without a doubt that he saw Maximilian Galactica. Nothing else matters, so let's wrap this case up now. Your Honor, it may be trivial, but it does cast doubt on the prosecution's case. Frankly, I have my doubts about this witness. It seems that, unlike wine, the witness has not grown more mature with age. I'm not mature. I've come to the conclusion. I'm 99% certain that this witness saw the defendant. However, my remaining 1% of doubt is quite reasonable, which means that, for my peace of mind, I'm going to request a bit more testimony. What? If there are no contradictions in his next statement, I am prepared to issue a ruling. A ruling. Who is calling me? I'm getting spam calls like every 5 minutes. Nick, this is your last chance. Silhouette Part 2. There's no doubt in my mind there were no white roses that night. However, all the other symbols were there. I'm equally sure. What the hell? Are they calling me again? I couldn't give a single fuck. However, all of the other symbols were there. I'm equally sure of that. Especially the silk hat. There is no way I could forget seeing the decorations on it. He was wearing it the entire time he was on the scene. Mr. Wright, you've got one last chance at this. Just one chance. I will not allow even the slightest hint of badgering against this witness. If you are going to prove that to me that there's a contradiction with Mr. Kroll's statement, you'd better have at least a shred of evidence to back up your accusations. I've only got a single shot of this. I gotta be careful. I understand, Your Honor. One chance is all I need. Alright, so I'm gonna assume that he doesn't want me pressing this guy. He just wants it to be over and done with. So, I don't care about this. I don't care about this. I do care about this. There's no way I could forget seeing the decorations. Alright, what are the decorations? Mo, be honest. Ow! You promised, Mr. Phoenix, right? No more badgering. I hope you... What?! I'm 1 HP. Excuse, I'm the one handing out the penalty. Ow! Witness, what?! Maybe after the court if you're into that kind of... What?! But isn't it kind of pointless if you only whip me after court? Dude, I'm getting abused.
He was wearing it the entire time. Okay, so then how do I have the hat right now?
Objection!
This wouldn't happen to be the silk hat you saw that night, would it?
Yep, that's it. That's the hat he was wearing that night.
No question in your mind.
Exactly how one would make a mistake. Wait, exactly how would one make a mistake like that?
I see. Is there sort of a problem, Mr. Wright? Miss Von Karma, where exactly was the silk hat found? Must you always ask these questions? It was found at the scene of the crime. The crime scene, that means... The silk hat fell off at the crime scene. However, the witness clearly testified to the contrary. The witness stated that he was wearing it the entire time that he was on the scene.
No, that's not true.
Order. Mr. Curls,
Yes, Your Honor.
what is the meaning of all this? You are old enough to know better than to behave like this in court.
Hey, that's so harsh.
What's not right here is your eyesight and your memory, amongst other things.
Why are you being so mean to me? What did I do? Let me guess. You just didn't like my jokes or something, right? You didn't have to go and insult my eyesight or my memory. They're both great. Seriously, why? Just because you're sitting above me, no matter how old I get, I'll always be younger than you. Wah!
Jesus Christ. Gamers, I think the clown is balding. He's not balding, he's already bald. Enough of these childish outbursts, Mr. Curls. Who do you think you are?
I saw him! I swear I saw him! It was Max! Even if he didn't have his roses, he was still wearing his dumb silk hat. I'm telling the truth!
He's turned into a bratty little kid. It's pitiful, isn't it?
He left the scene wearing that dumb silk hat. He was there!
He left the scene? What's the matter, Nick? There's something I've been mulling over for a while now. Mo?
What do you want?
You just said that he left the scene. Exactly how did the murder leave the scene of the crime? Oh, true. Because his footsteps should be there. So...
What? He went... What do you mean, how did he leave the scene? You can't ask me that.
Objection!
Mr. Phoenix Wright is badgering the witness, Your Honor.
Objection!
This witness testimony is full of holes, Miss Von Karma's... full of holes. Miss Von Karma's protest is useless. You've got a point. Let's hear what the witness has to say on this matter. Is that alright with you, little guy?
Don't talk to me like I'm a little baby. Besides, what kind of stupid question is, how did he leave the crime scene? The answer's obvious. He just turned around and walked away.
That's what I expected you to say. You sure that's how it happened?
Say what?
Huh? I'm not sure I know exactly where you're going with this. Lawyers nowadays sure do love to harp on the smallest things. Do you have any proof to counter-sort to how the criminal left the scene? The picture. Where's his footsteps?
Take that!
Look at this picture. I'm 1 HP, by the way. The problem is the footprints in the snow. Footprints? In this photo, we can clearly see footprints of the victim. However, where are the criminal's footprints? They aren't there. Wait, but why am I saying this? Wouldn't this incriminate Max?
Ay, 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 ay.
So Mo, exactly how did the criminal escape the scene? Your Honor, this witness has already proven that his testimony is completely unreliable. I move to strike all of this witness testimony. Wait, I move to strike all of this witness's testimony from the court record. Damn! I'm saying this guy's useless. We just wasted our time. I agree. This clown's testimony is as rickety as the clown car he came to court in.
Wait just a second.
I have a bad feeling about this. Hold on. I'm 1 HP.
You guys can't just ignore everything I've said. Fine, fine. I'll tell you the truth this time.
This guy says we drive me crazy. Yeah, everything he's saying is a lie. You wait a second. I think you've said more than enough for today.
That didn't hurt. I'm sick and tired of listening to you anyways. I'll I'll give you the real deal this time, I swear. I don't know why, but I get the feeling things are gonna get worse before they get better.
Mr. Lawrence Curls,
Yes?
the testimony you've provided up until now has been false.
It hasn't been false. I haven't lied. It's just,
what?
I was a bit confused on the bit about the criminal leaving the scene. Especially since Von Karma and her whip told me not to talk about what I really saw.
Oh my god. Order, order. I will have order. Franziska Von Karma, how could you? Your Honor, if you had heard the truth from this witness, you would have exactly the same opinion as I have. What opinion is that? It's not funny. What? That's enough out of you. I'm going to listen to what he has to say. Now then, let's hear the truth about what you saw, Mr. Curls. Proceed the quiet part out loud. Everyone knew, yeah, everyone knew. He just said it.
You're not gonna believe this, but it's all true, I'll tell you.
Try not to waste our time with your idiotic drivel. The truth.
Now it's time for our next segment, Moo Knows. Everything that I've said up until now has been the truth. When I looked out the window, the ringmaster was down and Max was standing above him. He wasn't wearing his white rose, but he was wearing the silk hat. That's when I saw he... That is the truth now! Get ready for it! He flew! He jumped up and flew through the air! He flew right off, disappeared into the darkness! That's why there was no footprints. Flying people don't leave footprints.
I told you it wasn't funny. Do you believe me now? Well, that was, how do you put this into words? Maximilian Galactica is a world-class magician. But to leave the scene of the crime by flying, there's no way that actually happened. You're right.
Why is she right? You believe the other witnesses. Why won't you believe me? Especially since it's the best part of the story.
To be honest, this is the first time I've heard of a flying criminal. What do you think about this witness's testimony, Mr. Wright? I must go, my people need me as animation. God needs me. Bro he just floated away. Alright. Not a dream. His eyes were playing tricks. If his eyes were playing tricks, then what would be the logical solution? I mean... Okay, here's the theory. So when we went to the big top in the circus room, right? We saw a step ladder and we saw a rope. But they weren't used in the performance or the show, right? So... what if the acrobat was the one who committed the murder? He did some acrobatic shenanigans and he just walked away on a tightrope that he set up prior. So not a dream. His eyes were playing tricks. Is that the right way to say it? I mean, it could be he's telling the truth. But like if I say this and there's a but, then I would say this one. He's telling the truth. But what he just said was so strange, I don't think he would have made it up. But which means that he is telling the truth. That's what I think. Okay, not with this smile. I'm not gonna say the but with this smile. Okay, other one. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. He didn't say the but. I wanted him to say a but he didn't say the but. Okay, so his eyes were playing tricks. It's obvious that the witness' eyes are playing tricks on him. Wait, what? Why does this sound wrong as well? Don't be such a fool. When in the world would you think I would make a mistake? Jeez. I didn't say you were lying. I suppose I'll let you all in on my thinking regarding this matter. The criminal disappeared into the sky. I'd love to believe that, but I just can't wrap my head around how that actually happened. You imbecile! If you disregard need for proof, Miss Von Karmas, case is sound. However, I've got the feeling that this case is in dire need of more investigation. Okay, there. Yeah, this is the right one. Thus, I will conclude today's proceedings at this point. It's an undisputed fact that the criminal left no footprints at the scene. Tomorrow, I wanted to find out the reason behind the mystery of mysteries. Okay. I believe that's enough for today. Court is adjourned. Alright. We survived another day. Another day.
Hey, sweeties, what in the world is going on? That's what I want to know. They say the criminal flew off into the air and disappeared. Max, I can't believe I'm asking you, but you didn't fly that night, did you? I know you didn't mean to ask me such a fabulously stupid question. I can't fly whenever I please, it's not that easy. But it looks so effortless for you on stage. It's not that simple, I'm not actually flying on stage. I use invisible wires and have them hoist me through the air. Wow, you just told me the secrets to your magic. No, I broke the first rule, the cardinal rule, the only rule. I'm sorry, Max. We made you break a magician's creed to never reveal the secrets to the trick. Nick, what do we do now? All we can do now is hope we find the flying criminal in court tomorrow. Great idea, let's do our best and catch this sucker. To be continued. Man, that trial? Or that trial took 2 hours? Damn. Well, that's okay. We're gonna beat this entire case today. If it takes 4 hours, if it takes 6 hours, even if it takes 12 hours, we're beating it today. I'm gonna go grab some chips. Cause I'm gonna guess I'm gonna be walking around the circus like it's a fucking a NASCAR racetrack. I'm gonna be doing laps around the place. It's gonna do laps around me. It's gonna be crazy. I'll be right back. I got my Doritos.
Bungie released new marathon gameplay. 5-minute video? I guess I'll watch that later. Wait, new Deadlock hero? Yeah, fucking right. Rat King? Yeah, fucking right. Rocket League. Magic skin. Persona. Alright, I'm caught up. Let's continue. Solo? Yep. No more Scylla. December 29th, 3:03 p.m. Nick? What is it? I've got a confession to make. I'm terrible at figuring out magic tricks. Magic tricks? Yep. Magic tricks are by their very definition tricks, right? But I can never figure out how the tricks... I can never figure out the tricks when I see them. That's because the tricks are performed by pros. They do it so you can't guess the trick. But the trick Pearly showed me was incredible. Pearls did a magic trick? What kind of trick was it? Let's see, it looks like she pulled the end of her own thumb. Bro. She stumped on this? Huh. First, she put her right thumb next to her left hand, then it just separated. She couldn't move it up and down, or she could move it up and down and everything. It was incredible. Really? Was it kind of like this? What? How'd you do that? Nick, you're like a real magician. See, this is why I just can't figure out magic. I'm no good at it, especially hard tricks like flying away from the scene of the murder. You'll take all the fun out of magic if you keep trying to figure it out. Let's leave. Let's talk to Maximilian. Might be a little cooked, yeah. Oh, my sweeties. You mind hurrying up and getting me out of this place? We're doing our best, Max. Just hang in there. A little while ago, some people from a local TV station came by. And since I'm a famed magician, they said, let's make you your very own TV special. Really? What kind of TV special? Maximilian Galactica, The Great Prison Escape. It would be aired live. Hey, that sounds like it would be an awesome special. But if I do the special before I'm acquitted, they'll never let me out of here for real. Well, it would surely be an unnecessary addition to your troubles with the law. That's what I was thinking, but the production staff is already working on the show. If you don't get me out quick, I'll have no choice but to stage a real prison break. You seem sure awfully calm about this possibility. I'd have no choice. It would be a contractual obligation. That's show business. Alright, well, tell me the night of the murder. You didn't happen to fly off into the sky, did you? He was stuck in the office the entire time, for sure. That's how everything went down, sweetie. At the time of the murder, I was sitting in the ringmaster's room. Oh wait, not to mention, flying off into the sky is not just something I can do at will. I don't care what the Stoogie clown says, it wasn't me. Max, do you mind teaching me the trick behind flying? You'll have to forgive me, sweetie. The difference between me and cheap imitation magicians is that I keep my mouth shut. I don't teach people tricks, but I will say this much. It's much harder than you think. He's been planning it, I can tell. What, Phoenix doing the thumb trick, or...? Oh, wait, no, Max with the prison break, yeah. Well, I mean, it probably has money. They probably, like, offered money. He's like, money. I like money. Sure. I was thinking about this in court today. I've got a favor to ask you. Anything for you, sweetie. Be friends with the other performers in the circus. Fabulous, a great joke. Why would I be friends with a bunch of hacks like them? But I've won on the world stage. I won the International Grand Prix. Yeah, we're definitely a dickhead. International Grand Prix? Performers should always look to perform on the world stage. But the performers at this circus are completely and utterly devoid of ambition. That is something that I cannot simply tolerate. Ambition, huh? Something about what Max just said rings true to my ears. Isn't Grand Prix racing? Oh, my sweeties want to hear about the Grand Prix, don't they?
To be honest though, I've told this story like 100 times already, so it's a bit boring. We're sorry to make you tell it again. You must not have heard me. I am really sick of telling this story. But what can you do? I'm Maximilian Galacto. I suppose I can tell it again. Money makes the world go. Voila! Here, take a look at this. I just happened to take a picture from the Grand Prix with me. Just look at that fabulous stage. Oh, bunny girls, bunny girls, bunny girls! That is the first stage that I ever flew on. I flew right over the audience. The crowd erupted into applause. At that time, I thought to myself that I could die right there and then and die a happy man. I'll never forget how I felt that night. The emotions, the acclaim. Wow. By the way, I think everyone who is a performer should get to experience that feeling. Please stop trying to flashbang us with... Well, he's also flashing us with his boobs, but I guess the cards too. I just wish I could explain that to the other people in the circus. I see. So he's like how do I call it? He's a dickhead. But he wants people to... How do you... It's when you're in a team. Like, let's just say you're playing, like, fucking Valorant or whatever. You're playing ranked. And you have that... He's a tryhard among casuals. That's the best way to put it. He's trying so hard to win. He's like, guys, you guys want to win. We have to win. I want to win. We have to win because winning is great. The other guys are like, they don't give a fuck. They're like, I'm just doing this for the love of the game. That's basically what it is. That's incredible, Max. I want a trophy too. Hey Nick, how about you buy me a trophy? That's not how you earn a trophy, Maya. My sweeties, you can have this picture of my triumph. Just make sure you show it to all the other members of the circus. Look and learn. That's what you should tell them. Learn how to get thrown in jail? Good one. Is he in prison? Shouldn't they remove those kinds of things from prison? Also true. Like, he should have been patted down. And, like, he should be in, like, an orange jumpsuit. If I were to make a Phoenix Wright game, I'm making sure every prisoner or whatever has an orange jumpsuit, or orange jumpsuit, and a mugshot. That'll be part of the evidence. Just for fun. Like, it'll be as useless as the attorney badge. It'd be really funny having a mugshot of them. Like, imagine having a mugshot of Edgeworth. Is that even a thing? Mugshot of Edgeworth. Damn, it doesn't exist. It would be so funny. Alright, let's leave the circus. You heard that? It sounds like two people arguing. Probably Ben and Trio. If I think yes. Alright, let's do it. Are you ready? Yes, wait.
What you're whining? Let's just give this a shot already. Alright, let's go.
Row, row, row your boat.
Row, row, row your boat. What are you doing? Gently down the stream. Come on, you know that.
I'm trying my best, but Trio, this just isn't going to...
Do you enjoy saying dumb things? You're going to have to be on your own someday. If you can't handle something as simple as this, what are you going to do then?
The cars won't be a problem, but maybe the box that could be big enough to hide something inside, for example. Oh, I see. The playing card deck box. Yeah, that's true. Imagine just drugs in there. He just has cracking cocaine in there.
What are you doing here? Can't you see we're on a secret crash training course?
I'm sorry. Secret crash training. Whoa. Yes, Trio wouldn't give up until I said we'd try out his idea for a new routine. So we were trying to sing in a round for our new ventriloquism act.
In a round? You can really do that? That's incredible. See? Even they are surprised by the idea. I told you.
They're not the only ones. You even surprised me with your idea.
Once we got a grip on the basics, then it's just a matter of practice.
You think so?
Oh, I almost forgot. I want to give this back to you. Ah, there it is. Now that I've got this ring, it's time to take one more shot at Regina.
Let's not do that.
I know that you already testified in court today. You want to talk about what we saw, right? Yes. Well, at first we thought it was the old man. Just looking at his walk and how he acted, right, Ben?
Huh? Oh, yeah, that's right.
But we said hello and didn't even get a reply. Not to mention he was draped in those gaudy symbols. What would you have thought if he wasn't wearing those symbols? What do you think, Ben?
What? Oh, I would have thought it was the ringmaster. Something just isn't adding up here. I really wonder who they really saw. Oh, excuse me. It's the Doritos.
I was hoping I could ask you about Regina. I'm completely serious about her. That's why I'm waiting for her, even now.
Really? That's so sweet, but if you really wanted to see Regina, shouldn't you check out the tent?
Ha! You haven't got a clue about things, do you, sweetie?
Huh?
Waiting like this is part of being in love.
How so?
If you had a clue, you would know that waiting is such sweet, wonderful torture. When your body aches for your partner's love, that's one of the best parts.
I knew that. Poor Maya. She's so red, she's like a vine-ripe tomato. Dude, I hate doing his voice. It hurts my throat. So, how is this new routine working out?
Will you two just take a chill pill already? Our routines are secret. We're going to take the ventriloquism world by storm. It'll be a real revolution.
That sounds incredible.
But let me make one thing clear. We're not gonna take on the world just because that jerk said we should.
That jerk?
Max Galactica. Performers should aim for the world. Who does he think he is?
Trio, you seem to really be fired up about this.
He needs to realize that he isn't the only one who can conquer the world stage. You're right. You're right. Mark my words. I, Trio Quiz, will win the Grand Prix. You're the man now, doll. Row, row, row your boat. Will be the key to glorious victory.
Not to rain on your parade, but wouldn't a more mature song be best?
Hey, you've got to start somewhere, right? Don't screw this up. You've got to be a part of this too.
Alright, so let's show them the photo. What am I even looking at? Hey, he does have his feather on his hat. Those are some hot bunny girls. I wish they were real. Alright. Wait, present this shit. Bro's living life, yeah. Alright, they had no reaction to that. Let's see if they just react to any of these. Nothing. Nothing. I thought they react to the monkey. Alright, well, nothing here. Wait. Do you have any new profiles? Oh. Alright, let's go. Let's check out the scene of the crime. You two. You look like you should... Wait, you look like you just got hit by a truck. Shouldn't you get some rest? I'm taking a rest right now, pal. I've been listening to some crazy clowns like... Dude. Doing that puppet's voice, I actually messed up my throat. No, doing that puppet into the clown? Or I think I got like a bunch of like boogers or snot in my throat. It's bad. This is why Carmen told me to come down here and do this for her. Yeah, I figured as much. Let me tell you something, pal. Listening to that old clown sucks all your energy. Every time he's done talking, he looks at you like you should be doing something. I think he's waiting for you to laugh at his jokes. I know that, pal. So, do you have any idea how much your face hurts if you fake laugh that much? Francisca really set you up bad this time, didn't she? If you ask me, she should be listening to Mo herself. No way, pal. You're not gonna get me to backbite a woman with a whip. No way. Why are you defending her? Prosecutor Von Karma's always got her eyes on us, and every time you definitely don't want her to show up, poof, there's I see. You don't want her to show up, she's there. Don't show up, don't show up, don't show up, don't show up. Looks like she's wound up pretty tight. She's directly above us as we speak. Huh? How's that possible? According to the clown, the culprit jumped from here and disappeared into the sky. If that's what happened, it means the killer passed right by this window, pal. Who lives in the room behind the window up there? The acrobat got his room up the 3rd floor, it seems. Pretty soon, Miss Von Karma's gonna start her investigation up there. So don't get any ideas going up to the acrobat room. Got it, pal? I'm going there right now. Say her name and she'll come. Oh. Do not come! Do not come! When she's done with her investigation... Okay, so I guess I can't go there yet. But soon I can. I'm assuming the dumb clown's in here. If he was here, you would have been able to tell even before he steps in the room. Or sure you would have heard him laughing away. What do you think he's laughing at when he's all by himself? I always thought he'd just think of new jokes. He must really love his work. Well, I mean, there's nothing here. Except this random ass thing in the wall. Or ceiling. So I guess I'll re-explore everything. Suspicious broken trampoline. Hey Chris, how are you doing? One thing missing is a mirror to tell jokes into? Yeah, you're right. Maybe he looks at the reflection from the TV. I'll leave. Let's check out the tent. Wait, is there anything here? Yeah, probably not. Nothing new. It was pretty on brand for him. Yeah. Maybe he has like a pocket mirror. Where's Regina? I don't know. But if she's with that tiger, I don't want to find out. Let's hurry and get out of here. You're kind of a chicken, aren't you? No, no, no. I'm just allergic to wild tigers. It's a rope, probably for a walking tightrope. There weren't any tightrope walkers in the show when we saw it. That's what I'm saying. And there's a ladder too. Yeah, these are all the same. Huh. Huh. I don't know. Let's leave. Let's go to the ringmaster room. Yeah, this was supposed to be, Oh, but that would mean that he changed right in front of Max, though. Did he really do that? Wait, how is his outfit here? Actually. If you think about it. So, Max came in, he put his cloak down on... Well, maybe it's not this one. Maybe it's just off screen. But he put it, like, on a hanger. Ringmaster's like, alright, I'm gonna go leave. He takes Max's cloak off the hanger and puts it on. I'm assuming he didn't take off his own coat and then swapped it with the cloak and then put it on. That's too much work right in front of Max, right? And then he leaves with Max's stuff. I guess I would... Okay, so... Assuming that he got to the crime scene. Okay, so when he went to the crime scene, he's wearing both the cloak and his suit. And then when he died, the cloak was probably taken off of him. Which means he's still wearing his coat. So why is there a coat here? Why can't we take it? There's nothing new in here, though. I thought it was a banana. Alright, nothing here. Let's go to the cafeteria. Okay, I'm not doing the voice. Welcome to the wonderful, the fabulous cafeteria. He's awfully good mood. Alright, you know what time it is. Riddle time. Why does everyone cry when they eat Mexican pizza? Because it's, I don't know. Come on, you can answer this. It's easy. Because cafeteria Mexican pizza is possibly a weapon of bowel destruction. Buzz, wrong. Try again. Okay, what do you think, girly? I got it. Okay, what is your answer? Because they're in the cafeteria. Cafeteria. That makes no sense. Exactly, it's an incredibly sad place, that cafe. What? That made no sense. I did it! What's going on? He's being too nice. I don't get it. It's been really crazy, hasn't it? You're telling me. I didn't think it was going to be so tough. Tough? Yeah, it was a tough crowd. That's what you call a crowd that refuses to laugh. For instance, it was such a tough crowd this morning, I had to smash watermelons. I told all of them a great story and even greater jokes, but no one busted out laughing. You even used the famed no shoes, no shirt, no service joke. Exactly, how can you not laugh at stunning comedy like that? Are you 100% sure about your testimony today? I saw what I saw, I swear that creep just flew through the air. It wasn't exactly flying per se, it was more like floating. The silhouette of his face made me positive it was... I don't see psych luck, he must be telling the truth. Alright. Look at this photo. He showed it to you guys too? Oh my god. You've seen it as well? Well, you know what they say about Maximilian Galactica. He really gets around. Oh yeah. You didn't just show me the picture. What do you mean? He showed me his bust too. His titties? It's in the picture, I think. I see his titties. He make us worship every day. He made us bow to his greatness. He's got a big bust. I wouldn't mind hearing more about Max's bust. Not that I'm into that sort of thing. What the hell? Max's bust. Max's bust should be on that small table over there. Like, cards? Really? Oh, yeah. When was it? I'd say 5 days ago, all of a sudden, the bust disappeared. His titties are gone? They were fake? It disappeared. If you want to see, there's a photo on the bulletin board over there. Oh, the statue. Oh, I thought we were talking about titties. Max just had to put the picture up. This thing's cool. I want someone to make a bust of me. I'm not gonna say any jokes. Sure, as long as I'm not paying for it. Max G bust. Oh, okay. Max G bust. What the fuck? People have dirty minds? Yeah. Hey, not my fault. A quiet mode's a good mode in my book. There's one tiny thing that doesn't seem different. Tell us. What changed? Well, on the morning of the crime, over the bulletin board, this piece of paper was posted front and center. Piece of paper, it's torn, so I don't know what it said, but I can see the title. Yikes. It says, "To the murderer." Wait, when was this? This morning? Yep, that's what it says, but the rest has been ripped off. I blame people like Lauma. True. I don't know who posted it. When did you find it? The morning before the murder. So the morning of the murder? So like 12 hours prior? The ringmaster was killed the night after this paper was discovered. So this bust was on the stand over there, and then it's gone. And in its place... Wait, no. Wait, yeah. Alright. Alright. To the murderer. Well, I guess let's show this to everyone, I guess, right? So what'd you do with the bust? Nothing? Alright. What about to the murderer? Alright. Where's Gumshoe? Alright, let's talk to Max about this. What about your bust? Alright, what about this? The note. Do you know anything about this note? The morning of the murder, it was posted on the wall in the cafeteria. You know, Mo, that would have been nice to know yesterday. True. I guess, to be fair, he was asked about, like, the witness, like, the crime scene itself. Pertaining around the crime scene, not so much, like, what happened the morning of. To be fair, this part is kind of irrelevant to what he was asked to testify. Ooh. Doritos be crazy. I do know all about the note. When I read it, my heart certainly skipped a beat. Your heart skipped a beat? While I was enjoying my morning tea, the ringmaster and company entered the room. And company? I guess it wasn't really company, it was just the ringmaster, my sweetie pie, Regina. When the ringmaster read the note, he turned an incredible bright red. All of a sudden, he tore it off the wall and shoved it into the pocket of his tailcoat. Oh, let's go back to his office and grab the rest of it. What in the world's written on that thing? Let's see. Uh-huh. Oh, I don't want to steal the fun from my sweeties. Go and find out yourself. I'm sure you can find it somewhere. You might also want to ask my sweetie pie princess. Alright, cool. Now we getting somewhere. Now we getting somewhere. I bet she's gonna be in the room. Oh man. The other half of the note that Mo gave us. Fusion! I knew it. It fits perfectly with the other piece. What does it say? To the murderer, I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Meet me at 10 p.m. tonight at the Lodging House Plaza. To the murderer? And the ringmaster knew it was him? Oh. I suppose the cards were gotten from inside the prison. Oh, yeah, true. For, like, recreational purposes, yeah. That could be true as well. But, you know, he's a magician. You never know he's got up his sleeve. Cocaine. That's when the murder took place. Now we need to find out who called out the ringmaster. Alright, and then we gotta go find Wright, you know. Where is she? Oh. Cafeteria's different. What? Mo's gone. There's a message on the bulletin board. I'm hungry, so I'm off to get some hamburgers. Love, Mo. Hamburger. Anything about it makes me angry. Also, I need a new partner. Bad. Alright, well, there's nothing new here, right? Don't ask why I know so much about prisons. That's a little suspicious. Do you want to revise your testimony? So it accurately represents that you don't know that much about prisons. Let's go to the circus entrance. Let me ask about the full note. Alright, let's go to the lodging. Gumshoe's here. Gumshoe jump scare. Hey, Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you did a good job as usual. Well, I am done with the investigation of the acrobat, finally. But with Miss Von Karma... What the hell? Nick, what is that beeping sound? It's Miss Von Karma. Huh? Every time I hear that sound, she's usually not far behind. Some sort of pager or something. If you don't mind, pal, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here quick. Oh my god. It's like a detector. I didn't know Gumshoe could run that fast. So much for being flat-foot. Never seen a grown man so afraid of a girl still in her teens. Well, let's go inside. It's freezing out here. The wind's biting. Ow! As biting as lashes from a whip. Von Karma. She really did appear. It was a real battle today in court, wasn't it, Mr. Phoenix, Wright? Did you have to jump out and scare us like that? What can I do for you? Tomorrow will be the day. The day my dream finally comes true. You mean the story of my defeat at your hands making the national news? Ha ha ha. National news? You possess such a small sense of scale. Global news, Mr. Phoenix, Wright. Your miserable plight will be known internationally. I think she might be overestimating the importance of a win just by a smidge. Miss Von Karma, appears you got your hands onto something big, huh? Ha! I'm amazed you picked up on that much. Anyone could. You couldn't hide that look of victory with 10 paper bags on your head. I've got conclusive evidence and a conclusive witness. Need any more hints? A conclusive witness? You must mean the acrobat, right? I'm putting in the summons for him to be called as witness as we speak. It's the final nail in your coffin, Mr. Phoenix, right? Yeah, I get it. You want to beat and destroy me. I can't worry about her, but I've got to find out more information about myself. Work myself. Why do you keep giving Nick the evil eye? It doesn't matter if you prove the defendant guilty tomorrow. Nothing will be able to bring back your dad. My dad? You must mean the esteemed Manfred von Karma? Of course, your dad. I know you miss him. Enough out of you.
One more word and you'll get a mouthful whip. Now, when did I ever bring up my papa's name in this, or any other conversation? Then what's this revenge thing you're talking about? You wouldn't understand, Mr. Phoenix, right? I have to see him again. Edgeworth? Him? I'm sure you know whom I refer to. Miles Edgeworth. Don't tell me she likes him. What? Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth. Why would you bring him up? You haven't forgotten, have you? Do you know who was... Wait. Do you know who it was that... Jesus Christ, I can't read. Do you know who it was that trained the gifted prosecutor Miles Edgeworth? Manfred von Karma. Exactly right. It was my papa. That means Edgeworth was... your classmate, essentially. Right again. Miles Edgeworth was like a little brother to me. Oh, little brother. Huh, little brother, but Edgeworth and Nick are the same age. Wait, what? It would be older brother, yeah. The man who inspired me to become an attorney. I fought against him in a few cases. But a little after that, case was over. He vanished. Well, he retired. It's your fault he's gone, huh? It's the truth, isn't it, Mr. Phoenix, right? Nick, what does she mean? Edgeworth's death. Edgeworth was never quite the same after that case, and then with the case after that, the Lana Sky. He never set foot into court again. And then one day, he just vanished. All he left was a simple note at the prosecutor's... Yeah, he retired. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. Oh. He's not dead. That was 1 year ago. It was a few months after you left to go back home. Mr. Edgeworth, he's dead? I don't believe it. He's still alive. I'm sure of it. Somewhere in this world, he's still alive. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death? Pfft, of course he did. You ruined his reputation as a prosecutor. You effectively killed the prosecutor in him. Just like your victory muddied the honorable name Von Karma. I'm going to find him. And then, I'm going to teach him his rightful place with my own two hands. Nick, about Mr. Edgeworth, Maya, I already told you, don't make me do it again. Don't bring up his name in front of me again, okay? Nick. Miss Von Karma, what? I don't know if you're God's gift to prosecutors or not, but I've had enough of you. Him too. What in the world happened? This dog is all bark and no bite. He's already been defeated. Regardless, I have nothing to inform you two of today. Tomorrow will be the greatest courtroom battle this country has ever seen. Nick? Let's go. We need to talk with the performer on the 3rd floor. I'm sorry I brought it up. It's okay. What the hell? What am I looking at? Oops. Oops. Okay. I don't even know what to do. How to even say this. You must be Phoenix Wright. Yes. Pleased to meet you. I'm Ken Dingle. But here at the circus, everyone just calls me Acro. Mr. Acro. How do you know my name? The detective told me. He said you definitely show up here. Acro, you're a member of the circus as well. Nice birdies. For now. Wait, why is he in a wheelchair? That's right. I mainly performed on the tightrope or the flying trapeze. Trapeze. Trapeze? Oh. Is this shit? Where you just swing on bars.
Hello? There we go. But nowadays, all I perform in is my wheelchair.
What?
A very big circus. Akra, why did you join the circus? When I was a kid, my parents failed miserably at business. Then one night, they decided to run away from it all. Without me. The only person who was willing to take my parents' place was the ringmaster. The ringmaster took incredible care of me. He was truly a lifesaver. It seems like the ringmaster was truly a saint. He was. That's why I decided to do something very important. I decided that I would devote my entire life to finding a way to repay him. And now, look how someone repaid him for all the good in his life. Such a shame. Sometimes, I think that he was almost too kind. Perhaps he was too kind to his performers. Perhaps he was too kind to his daughter. I wonder if he spoiled Regina. For sure. Regina's so cute. She truly is a princess. Truly a princess. Are you sure that's a good thing? Do I detect a hint of grudge against Regina? I'm sorry to ask, but why are you in a wheelchair? The nerves in my legs were badly damaged. And you can't walk now? I can't even stand. And since I live on the 3rd floor, I can't even leave this building by myself. Why doesn't he just swap with the clown? That's awful. The accident happened during the acrobatic sessions, right? Oh shit. Oh shit, he's lying. Cyclops, it doesn't seem like Acro's injuries were acrobatic in nature. What's on your mind, Mr. Wright? Well, exactly when were you injured? It's been almost 6 months since I was injured. I injured my legs during practice. 6 months ago. What in the world went on at the circus then? Alright. Alright. I stopped by yesterday to notice that you weren't in your room. Or even here at all. I was at the hospital all day yesterday. Ah, you went there for rehabilitation? What about the murder? Of course I knew about it. I spoke with the police before they allowed me to go into the hospital. Before I got the call from the prosecutor, I was convinced that it was all a dream. Huh? I just couldn't believe it when I saw what I saw. You saw what you saw. Jeez, that sounded really ominous. So what did you witness? What did you see, Acro? That night, I was in bed sleeping when I heard a huge sound coming from below my window. I see, the scene of the crime was right below your window. That's when I looked out the window. What did you... Well, how did you see out the window? Aren't you like on your bed and then you have to like throw yourself on a wheelchair and then kind of like wheel over? Oh, okay. He was flying straight up into the air. Where's his wheelchair? He? Maximilian Galactica. What? That's what I thought when he said. You're absolutely positive it was Max that you saw flying? I'm absolutely sure. There's no doubt in my mind. Nick. Alright, well, let's start presenting all this shit. Are you aware of this note? What's this? That's what we want to know. It was posted in the cafeteria the morning before the murder. In the cafeteria? What happened? He suddenly looks incredibly serious. If it's got something to do with her, then you should go straight to the source. Her? Regina. Ask her about it. Okay, Max's bust to cities. You'll have to forgive me, but I try not to think about him. Pepper? Box? Nope. Autopsy? Hungry monkey? Money's a great friend to me. A pile of treasure over there is his collection, right? It is indeed. Money will bring anything back with him. Aw, that's so cute. Yeah, I'm not great with the ladies, but I seem to be pretty popular with the animals. Okay. Y'all's a rat birthday? Nah. You wanna know what? The past few days, I'm having like nightmares of this one particular rat. Hold on. Let me find a picture. I've been having nightmares of this little rat. Fuck this guy. I fucking hate him. I wish he explodes and perishes. That little fuck-ass Rem in Deadlock. I keep getting my ass beaten by him. All he does is puts you to sleep and throw a pillow, and that pillow just one-shots you. And this guy's a support character. How? How? Fuck that guy. Rap rat. Imagine a rat that just starts rapping and like rhymes cheese like crazy.
I like cheese. With the bees. That's on lease. With some fees. Capiche?
Damn. That copy pasta? No, the only one I know is like, crazy? I was crazy once. They put me in a rubber room, and rats make me crazy. Something like that. That's all I want to know. So the actual guy sounds like, oh, actually, huh? Oh, easy. I don't really get to explore this room, actually. Let's picture Regina. Shining beauty, okay. Some monkey calendar. The bed nicely cleaned up. My bed is a mess right now. I never do my bed. Barbell. New model. See the big top from here. There's no snow on top of the big top, kind of weird. Well, I mean, the snow just melt down, right? Yeah, the inside of the tent is warm, so any snow that lands on top probably melts. I guess you're right, the snow probably just slides right off. Alright, well, we gotta go find Regina. Like an actual VHS board game, but someone makes a creepypasta about how the rat is in it actually a demon. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. Did I get anything new? Nah, I guess I do have this though. Uh-oh. I've got a bad feeling about this. Wonderful. Today's special must be Filet-O-Phoenix.
Stay, heal. Oh, Maya, Nick, it's you guys. I'm sorry, I guess I made a mistake.
Mistake?
Yeah, a little one. I was thinking of teaching whatever primate was out there a lesson, but I was expecting more of a monkey than a human.
A monkey? Ugh. The Candyland documentary guy has a whole playthrough of it on his channel. It's a pity about what happened to the Ringmaster.
Dad?
Everyone loved him, didn't they? He must have been quite a man.
He was. I love my dad so much.
I'd say, but she doesn't seem all that broken about her father. That's why I feel so lonely.
Now that I won't be able to see him for a while. A while? Yeah. When Leon died, I talked with my dad, and he told me that when someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens. A star? That means that my dad is looking down on me from the sky. That's why I love the night so much. I can see everyone who's gone. When someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens. That's kind of sweet. But I bet you there's no way that Maya believes that. What do you mean there's no way I believe that? Do you think that one day I'll be a star too? Of course. You really think so? Yeah, you will, I think. I've got a feeling that everyone's doing great up there in the sky. I wonder if everything's alright with Regina. Just to go back and clear things up. Why'd you want to teach Money a lesson? Because he's a meanie. He's got something that means a lot to me. That picture? Something that means a lot to you. It must be something shiny, right? Actually, it's a stage costume. It's got lots of spangles. It's really beautiful. You should see it. We should? If the costume gets hit by the spotlight, it dazzles. Hey, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you saw that monkey, you'd get my costume back for me, wouldn't you? It's really important to me. Sure. Leave it all up to us. Guess there's no turning back that request. Yeah, you're really gonna do it? Can I show her this? Regina, have you seen this before? I know what this is. Really? Well, it was in my pocket for a while. What? It was in your pocket? This piece of paper was in your pocket? I guess I noticed it was in there around breakfast time. Breakfast time? Yeah, I always take Acro his breakfast in the morning. That's when I also take out the trash in his room. Six months ago was Acro's accident. Oh no. She's not grieving at all? I don't think she even understands the meaning of grieve. Then I go to the cafeteria, eat my own breakfast. Wait, I thought this note was on the bulletin board. That's when you realize the piece of paper was in your pocket. Yep. But since I'm not a murderer, I just figured it belonged in someone else's pocket. And then what? I wonder if the person who lost it was in trouble, so... You didn't put it on the bulletin board in the cafeteria, did you? I did! I stuck it up there, how'd you know? Okay, so it was her that put it up, but she found it in the trash can of Acro's room. And... it does seem like something that Acro would write, because 6 months ago was this hospital accident. Alright. Fair. When did this happen? The morning of the murder, I think. That explains a lot. I wonder who wrote this. Was it? Didn't you just find it in that dude's trash can? Alright, so I need to go find her dress, give it back to her. I mean, that's all I need to present to her, right? Do you know about the seasoning bottle? That's pepper, isn't it? From the cafeteria? Yeah, from the cafeteria. It's not. I remember seeing it there. Okay, so this cafeteria pepper. I'm not a big fan of pepper. Or is she, like, allergic? Or do you know the box? Alright, nothing. Let's show Max's bust. Max is cool. I want to try flying. Okay. Useless. What about the Grand Prix photo? There's no denying it. He's cool. Okay. That's pretty much it, I think. Let's show her Acro. It's Acro. Is he in his room today? Yeah. He just came back from a meeting. I hope his legs get better soon. Acro's so incredible, especially on the trapeze. Trapeze's that enormous swing hanging from the top of the tent, right? Yep, that's it. I really want to see him up there again. Acro the Acrobat. That's strange. Acro doesn't seem to have many nice things to say about Regina. But Regina seems to like Acro just fine. That is true. Let's leave! Let's go confront, Acro? No, we gotta find Money. Well, if Money found the dress, then it's probably in the room.
a lot of scuff marks. Okay, let's check the cafeteria. Something smells fantastic. So we know it can't be Mo. Wait, I know what it is. It's burgers.
Hello, hello. Welcome to the Bistro du Cirque, aka the cafeteria. Smells so good in here. Are those burgers looking great? She's drooling. My burgers are the best. Juicy meat, toasted buns, special sauce. They're absolutely irresistible to anyone with a hankering for a burger. One bite will send you into a hamburger heaven. I bet. I can tell by the smell. I'm getting hungry too. Nothing changed. Let's ask about... Now that the ringmaster's gone, what are you going to do? That's all I've thought about the past 2 days. Everyone loved Russell. You've heard about Akro's story, haven't you? Like how he was adopted when he was younger. He calmed down a bit now, but he was livid when he heard about the murder. And we're so upset that he said he couldn't go on. He was that upset. Yes, he was. Anyway, I gave it some thought. Maybe I should give up on trying to be a half-baked clown. I've been thinking about trying on the ringmaster's shoes. What? Really? Max would still be an issue, though. Max? He may be a bit mean and hard to work with, but it's hard to argue his importance. He's part of the reason the circus is still around. A lot of what he says is right. Mo. All that left is to see if anyone can get over the tragedy. You know. The tragedy? You know... What is he talking about? Oh, the murder of the ringmaster, no? Go over what tragedy? Huh? Don't worry about it. It's nothing. Nothing at all. He must be talking about the ringmaster. Yeah. That's right. You're right, girlie. Dang. Dang. Correct the mundo. Doesn't he mean ding? Mo, but no disrespect, but are you lying to us? Not at all. What makes you think that? Just the way you said, if everyone can get over the tragedy seems a bit strange. It sounded like you were talking about something from a long time ago. Mo, I'm right, aren't I? Damn, Cyclops. Oh, there's only 2. I could probably do it. It was about 6 months ago. It was just a little accident. Give me a break. Us old men have accidents. I wear big pants for a reason. Oh, okay. Let's save. We could probably break through this. Like right now. Shouldn't be too hard. I think Akro's gonna be a bit harder. Please tell us what happened 6 months ago. What in the world went on in this circus? Okay, there's no need to look so scared when you ask me. Hey, look over there. She's super good. Unfortunately, I'm more of a grilled chicken sandwich made myself. Actually, I've kind of got an idea of what happened back then. Mo said you said something about an accident. This wouldn't happen to be the cause of the accident, would it? I don't have it. I actually don't have anything. Alright, so let's just go to Akro then. I actually don't have anything. How are you injured? I'm sorry, I thought we talked about this. It was an accident that happened during practice. An accident during practice. Yes, unfortunately, acrobats are prone to all sorts of injuries. He's like, if that was really the case, I have no reason to keep secrets from me. Akro, are you really telling me? Be this no, right? Wait, I'm dead. Okay, well, I guess I literally have nothing. Alright, we gotta do some more exploring. I thought I would find money there. Ringmaster room?
can talk to Max, maybe? We did talk to Regina. So maybe he has something? Copart tell us about the incident 6 months ago. Oh, never mind, he's gone. Oh, shit. Oh, maybe Mo knows about the pepper. Mario Monkey's in here. There he is. It's money. Holy shit. Regina's gonna wear that, is he? Or is she? Her thing's about to be exposed. Means a lot to Regina. Unless that's what she's gonna plan on giving Max, like an outfit.
Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. Scratch, scratch.
Ow. I tried to have a monkey-to-monkey talk with him, I really did. I swiped him while money was distracted. Let's go! You can see it fine from there. You know what I mean. I really want to try on Regina's costume. Maybe then they'll take you as a circus. What's the matter? It doesn't fit me at all. Oh well, guess it's time for... It's time for you to lay off the burgers. Damn, I just called Maya fat. Not too much, it doesn't look like something any girl I know would actually wear. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Not Maya's size at all. Alright, whatever. We'll give it to Regina. Like, hey, here you go. I wonder what it's for, though. If it's too small for Maya, who's smaller than Maya? The puppet? I love you, Mr. Attorney. Blush, it's nothing. No wonder guys melt to mush in front of this girl. Hey, Regina, that costume is yours, but I tried it on but it didn't fit me. Huh? This costume? This is mine. It was Leon's. The tigers? What the hell? Leon's? You know, the lion she told us about. Oh, the one that someone killed. Oh. Wait, can you tell us about that lion?
Leon, he was killed, wasn't he? That's right, my dad killed him. Why? Well, Leon did something really bad during practice. Leon was sitting down, and then he opened his mouth, you know. Wah! Usually when he did that, I would usually put my head into his mouth. Wait, you put your head inside a lion's mouth? I sure did. The people in the crowd always loved seeing me do that. They'd always start screaming. You sure they were screaming because they loved seeing you do that? Anyways. What was that bad thing? Oh yeah, Leon bit someone during that practice. Regina, everything was alright though, right? No, it wasn't alright. That was the problem. My dad was incredibly angry. And that's when Leon... Yeah, that's when he became a star in the sky.
Poor thing. That's when Acro got bit. Alright. No, I ran out of chips. Oh yeah, I am at 1 HP. I heard a little bit about it from Regina. Leon made a mistake during a practice, right? How did you... I told them so many times, you shouldn't be doing such dangerous acts. Like putting her head inside Leon's mouth, right? Yeah, but Regina believed in Leon. She believed so strongly that the ringmaster went along. He could never say no to her. Out of curiosity, who was bitten? Come on, Mo. Don't clam up on me now. Who did Leon bite on the head? Well, I promise I won't say anything. Promise. He's involved in this too. He's involved, huh? Is this person that you promised you wouldn't say anything happen to be Acro? Is that the bite of 87? It might be. It must have been Acro, right? How did you know? Just a guess. Don't worry about that, Mo. Getting to the bottom of this accident may help solve what happened to the ringmaster. No way. I need to know the truth about what happened to Russell. Please tell me what you know. I'm sorry, Acro. And I got some of my HP back. Let's go. Alright. So, get over it. What happened during that practice sesh 6 months ago? It's just like you said, you know, the accident. Did someone die? No, but it would have probably been better if he had. It would have been better if Acro died? What? How would that have been better? He's still alive. But when he got bit, he suffered massive brain damage. He'll never recover from that coma that he's in. Coma? All he does now is lie in bed at the hospital, and that's all he's ever going to be able to do. I see. How's he related to Acro? He's his brother. Huh? The person who got bit was Acro's brother. Brother? They were an acrobat team of brothers, Acro and Bat. Oh my god. Cute nicknames, I thought. Anyways, they were an incredible team. Cut down together in their prime. Alright, so what about Acro's brother? Sean Dingling, but everyone... everyone calls him Bat. He fell in love with Regina. Trying to win her love was his downfall. Everyone seems to fall in love with Regina. 6 months ago, while we were practicing, all of a sudden, Bat blurts out, "Let me perform with Leon." Why'd he do that? I don't know, but that's what caused the accident. Oh shit. I'll never forget that moment. It was so strange. Leon had the weirdest look on his face. He was... smiling. He? You mean Leon? Yes, Leon. When he bit, he was smiling. Some sick grin. No way, that's impossible. A smirking lion, a flying murderer. Why does it seem like it's always Mo who catches all these incredible events? Can lions smile? We never told the police about the incident. The circus would have to be shut down if we had. Next day, the ringmaster took Leon out and shot him with a rifle. So that's what really happened. Well, you guys were so serious. What was I supposed to do? I had to tell you. All this truthfulness has put me in a mood for a burger. Here, you two have some pepper. This was in the briefcase. There he goes, acting like his normal crazy self. Achoo. Achoo. Nice, what a wonderful sneeze. You think so? You sneeze with pepper and a slip
Wait, you sneeze with pepper and slip on a banana peel. That's basic clownsmanship. Really, I know you gotta understand. Nick, I think I'd make a good clown. Other than Regina, I've never seen a cuter sneeze. Haha, does Regina sneeze with pepper too? She does. That would always tease her with pepper.
Well, why would the pepper be in the
Briefcase. But that? From my point of view, those two always looked so perfect together. They looked perfect together, huh? So 26, 22. Wait, this 22 with the 16-year-old? Really? Come on. Come on. Alright. What do you think of your boyfriend, Bat? Sorry, I've already given my heart to another man. Damn! In just 6 months, just like that? So I'm not interested in enrolling in your dating service. I just want to know if you knew this person. Oh shit. She doesn't give a single fuck. Let me see if Max is out. Nope. Alright, we might be ready to talk to Acro and break through the locks. Dude, I am lost in these menus, I'm not gonna lie. There's so many. Ah, Mr. Wright, back again I see. Well, he did say I'll be back. Wait, or was that someone else? We're back because Acro's hiding why his legs were injured. He was hurt in the accident 6 months ago. It would seem that he knows... It would seem that he knows that we know. Well, well, it seems you've got things you want to talk about so far away. He knows that we know that we know that he knows that he knows that we know that we know that of what happened. And we know that we're gonna break through. And he knows that too. He knows that we know that we know that they... About the wheelchair. I have to ask you, how were you injured? I'm sorry, I thought we talked about this. It was an accident that happened during practice. An accident during practice, yes. Unfortunately, acrobats are prone to all sorts of injuries. He's lying. If that were the real case, you'd have no reason to keep it a secret. Predominant FNAF brain mode. You're welcome. Acro, are you really telling me that a practice call... No, it was... I know about the lion. Leon, 6 months ago, you were attacked by the lion. That's when you were injured. I know I'm on the right track. I just need to keep going. You're saying that I was attacked by a lion. That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'm an acrobat. I'm no animal tamer. If a lion was coming at me, I'd be running for the exit. Okay, maybe attacked isn't the best word to be using. So let me rephrase this as battled the lion. You seem to enjoy telling jokes. Why would I decide to battle a lion? Because you had to fight it in order to save someone. Your brother Bat. It was a shame what happened to your brother 6 months ago. You tried to save him, didn't you? And that's how you got that terrible injury. Mo, he must have told you. Yes, we learned about Bat from Mo. But he didn't mention anything about you in regards to the accident. I suppose just a slip of the tongue on his part. That's how I figured it out. A slip of a tongue? Anyways, they were an incredible team. Cut down together in their prime. Cut down together. That was where he slipped. And that's how I figured it out. You two ended up at the same... Wait, you two ended up at the center of the same accident together, like always. I see. But an accident is an accident. It wasn't anyone's fault. I still haven't broken through Acro's last Psylocke. This must be the one incredibly deep-seated secret. It wasn't anyone's fault. Do you care to explain more? Acro, I know you are still hiding something from me. Maybe someone you don't like... Wait, someone you don't like... Someone you don't seem to like much is the reason you're being evasive. It has to be Regina, right?
Take that!
Regina. You always seem calm and collected until you start talking about her. Saying things like she is cruel. Well done, Mr. Attorney. You've got quite the set of eagle eyes. You know, her tiger tried to attack me. Regent tried to attack you? Twice. Haha. He wasn't serious, I'm sure. You're not trying to insinuate that I believe she spurred on Leon to attack Bat, are you? Leon was never taught to command... Wait, Leon? Yeah, Leon was never taught a command to attack people. Regina isn't capable of doing anything like that. Besides, Regina had no reason to want to hurt my little brother. Regina and Bat were such good friends back then. But you still hate Regina. I've got proof of it. What? What are you talking about? Maybe I overdid it. Maybe if I could hand something over to Acro, maybe it'll... Here's proof that you had it out for Regina all along. It would have to be this note, right? I mean, if it's not the note, then it's the pepper, but it has to be the note. This... Where did you get it? Regina posted it on the bulletin board in the cafeteria. Before that, it was in her pocket. I guess I noticed that it was in there around breakfast time. I always take Acro as breakfast in the morning. You wrote this, and then you put it in your pocket. That's right, isn't it? That's right. Well done, Mr. Wright. Full HP, let's go. We're back in it. So... does that mean he's the murderer? Alright. So how the fuck are you in your wheelchair right now? My legs were injured by Leon 6 months ago. My younger brother, Bat, had a dare with Regina. A dare? An absurd dare. If I can put my head inside of Leon's mouth like you do, you have to go to the movies with me on a date. That's insane. Didn't you know how dangerous that would be? We all thought he was being stupid too. But that line was very old to begin with, and age brought with it countless experience in doing that very trick. Unfortunately, this particular time, I guess Leon wasn't ready or willing, and that's when the accident happened. He just wanted to take her out to the movies. Poor Bat. When Leon chomped down, I jumped towards him. Then Leon attacked me, and that's how I ended up. What about Bat? He's still in a coma. I went to the hospital yesterday to visit him. I see. I'm still waiting for him to open his eyes again. And that's the reason why I keep going. Bat and Regina. They were such great friends. Oh yeah, I wanted you to take a look at this. What is it? This is the scarf my brother was wearing when Leon attacked him. Gross, it's covered in blood. This scarf... it was a present from Regina to my brother on the day of the accident. When he did it, he looked like he was smiling. Leon, obviously. When he bit down on Bats, the expression looks like a grin. Nick. I know, Mo said the same thing. What do you think it all means? I'll be taking that scarf if you don't mind. Miss Von Karma, I've already heard everything, so hand over the scarf. But the scarf is evidence in the trial. That is for me to decide. I think we should begin our preparations now, Acro. Preparations? I've served a summons to Acro to appear in court tomorrow as a witness. Acro, we'll talk more at the prosecutor's office. Acro, a witness? Come, Acro, let's get to the office. Yes, ma'am. We didn't even say her name. Yeah, true. We didn't even say Von Karma. We didn't summon her. How? Now what are we going to do? How are we going to handle tomorrow? So Regina gave Bat a scarf. And that's probably like a signal for Leon to go,
Yes, chop and you'll be rewarded. Would that be a parallel to how the Ringmaster died? I don't think so. It could be. I mean, instead of the scarf, it's Max's clothes. But, um, which, if it had to be a parallel, then that means Regina was the one that put Max's clothes on the Ringmaster, which means it told someone else, probably Acro, go kill Max. I don't know. Got my own theory. I'm not gonna say anything. Yeah, that's where I'm. That's where I'm. If assuming that the because usually like when you have like separate stories like this, it's a parallel. But I'm not seeing the parallel. But I mean, it feels like it's pretty obvious. I think that Acro's the murder, right? And then especially the fact. I mean, it makes sense, right? He can't walk around, right? So, but he has really strong upper body strength. So he's not gonna be capable of walking around anywhere really. Um, so he'll be able to. It seems he could commit a murder probably just by using his arms climbing. He probably had like a rope set up already prior and all that. But I think my number one suspect right now is Acro, and then unironically, I think Regina might have something to do with the murder. She probably doesn't even know. But I think she was directly involved. Like, not even indirectly. I think she was directly involved. Alright. And I'm assuming it's gonna be the trial now, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go get some water real quick, and then we will continue. I'll be right back. Sony is considering pushing back PS6 to 2028 or 2029, while Nintendo is thinking about increasing the price of the Switch 2 in 2026 due to memory shortage. Damn. So I bought the Switch 2 at the right time. Unironically. I thought I bought it the wrong time because, like, damn, there's like no fucking games to play. But I actually bought it at the right time. Unironically. That seems to be it. YouTube is escalating its crackdown on ad blockers. No, my ad block! I need that! I need my ad blocker. December 30th. Oh, I brought a lot of food with me. Good morning, Max. Oh, yeah. Good morning, sweeties. You don't seem like your usual sparkling self today. I'm always like this before I go in front of an audience. I'm working up to it. Teehee. Don't get nervous, Maxie. Here, have a glass of milk. Regina. How fabulous, my sweetie pie princess. You came to watch my performance today? Of course I did. Mo told me that I should come and watch this. Mo said that. So, what kind of performance will you put on today? Let me guess, you'll fly at the end. It's not that kind of show, isn't that right, my sweeties? I think my sweetie pie princess doesn't. Yeah, she doesn't seem to realize what's going on, or even where she is. It's not a circus. Well, Max, it looks like it's time to raise the curtains. I'll see you later. Today, I'm just a member of the audience. Fabulous. Enjoy yourself out there. Good luck, Max. You're the best. She's not gonna be saying a single word. I don't think she knows what's going on. Regina's different, don't you think, Nick? Top of the morning to ya, everybody. Let's get ready to get stuck in legal limbo. How low can you go? No. Top of the morning to ya, governor. Top of the morning. Dash ticket, attacking the day starts with the energy in the morning. The early bird gets the worm, but then again, worms like higher brain function. Here, Max, I brought you a present. Have some milk. Oh my, thanks. So how are you today, right? Well, I've got the feeling that today I'm going to face off against the real culprit. You mean Acro? Huh? You think he did it? Be careful. He's used to putting his life on the line. Literally. He's got guts to spare. If all I've got to worry about is how thin the tightrope is, I'm already used to it. It just means that I won't be able to press him like I can with other witnesses. What are you going to do then, Nick? I guess today we'll just have to do without our usual psychological warfare. Today we rely on evidence. It's the only way we'll get past Acro to the truth. I can't press? That's the only thing I know how to do. You're tough, but it's gonna be tough. You're right, it's gonna be tough. Anyways, I want you to make sure that Regina sees it all today. It's important. Oh, fuck. That her actions have consequences? Then she'll finally have to deal with the reality of what happened to her father. You want us to make sure Regina watches? Yes, that's why I brought her here to court today. What's that supposed to mean? She needs to know that when people die, they don't just become stars. I may be an old-fashioned clown, but I don't believe in people becoming stars. So this must be about that. Court is now in session for the trial of Maximilian Galactico. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well, Ms. Von Karma, you may proceed with your case. The prosecution would like to revise his previous theory of events. What's the meaning of this? We have discovered a new witness, or shall I say, a new eyewitness. One that saw Maximilian Galactica fly from the scene of the crime. Which, I guess, if you prove that this guy is flying, then I guess that gives grounds of the clown's testimony. Because right now we completely disregarded Mo's testimony. But I guess with this testimony, it doesn't really
show much, but it shows that, I mean, the guy was flying. So then it gives grounds that the clown's testimony is true. I guess that makes sense. I had a feeling something like this would come up. Due to this revision, we are now prepared to explain how the defendant flew that night. An explanation the prosecution will present if the need so arises. In fact, my detective stayed up all night creating a mock-up of the scene on my orders. Poor Gumshoe. Very well, please call your witness to the stand. Time to get to work, or shall I say, walk the courtroom tightrope. Oh shit. Name and occupation. Ken Dingaling, but everyone calls me Acro. I'm employed as an acrobat at the Berry Big Circus. Where were you on the night of the crime? I was in my room that night. If you look at the map, you will see the witness's room is near the crime scene. My room is on the 3rd floor. The crime scene is below my window. The night of the crime, the witness saw something quite shocking. Would you tell us what you witnessed? Okay. You know what this guy reminds me of? The Stone Hashira. I don't know why, but it reminds me of the Stone Hashira from Demon Slayer. I have no idea why. What I witnessed. It was just after 10 p.m., and I was resting in my bed. Around that time, I heard a large thump noise from outside the window. Then, a few moments later, I saw someone flying right by my window. It was Max Galactica. I only saw him from behind, but that's who it looks like. To be honest, when I saw that, I thought I was dreaming. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Wouldn't he be facing the window? This witness's testimony matches up exactly with the clown. If that's the case, there's little the prosecution need to add. All that's left is to explain how the defendant disappeared into the sky that night. Before we get that far, I'd like to cross-examine the witness. A foolish choice by a foolish fool who wishes to feel the foolish sadness of a sad fool. A man must know the proper timing for things, Mr. Phoenix, right? Just like your old friend, Mr. Miles Edgeworth did. This bitch is bringing up my boyfriend. Mr. Wright, do you have a problem with the witness' testimony? In the words of Ms. Von Karma, may I quote yesterday's proceedings? There's no way that actually happened. Very well, you may proceed with your cross-examination. So am I allowed to press or am I not allowed to press? I'm just gonna press. I'm gonna be my normal self. You said that you were resting in bed. One would thus assume that you turned the lights off in your room, correct? That's correct. But there are safety lights around the outside of the lodging house. It's so bright, sometimes it can make it hard to sleep. If that's the case, wouldn't it be a good idea to close some curtains? Why did a bird just randomly spawn in? I never really thought of that. I guess that means I'm off to buy some curtains. Haha. Sometimes I do make myself useful in these chambers. Ow! The witness will proceed with his testimony. Around that time, I heard a large thump noise from outside the window. Your room is on the 3rd floor, right? Yes. And you said that you were resting in bed. That is correct. But you were still able to hear a sound from outside? I mean, if it's loud, yeah. I was indeed. Pressing acro doesn't seem to get results. But maybe something was contradictory to what he's just said.
He was asleep. I don't think there is.
I'm not gonna lie.
There was a thump. A few moments later, this guy ascended towards God. Couldn't see the front, only saw the back. So cannot really confirm about the white roses. I don't think there is any contradiction. I'm gonna be honest. What's the matter, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. Until I can find clear contradiction, I should tread lightly. I was warned. Then, a few moments later, I saw someone flying right by my window. Are you sure it was a human being? It could have been a mannequin, or perhaps a large action figure. Well, setting aside the possibility of a mannequin, an action figure is plausible. You have no need to mince words from Mr. Phoenix Wright. Testify to the truth and only the truth, just as if we were there with you that night. I believe it was a human. Damn, I just strengthened his testimony. I wonder if Acro's statement jives with the facts. Oh. Yeah, half of these are actually bait. I don't think there's anything wrong. What's the matter, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. Until I can find a clear contradiction, I should tread lightly. It was Max Galactica. I only saw him from behind, but that's who it looked like it was. The light in your room was turned off then, right? That's true. I was going to bed after all. So with the lights off, you were still able to clearly see a human fly by your window. The safety lights lit things up enough for me to see. But honestly, there was only enough light for me to see the silhouette outside my window. It was the person's back, so I couldn't see the white roses on the front. Did you see any of the other symbols? I clearly saw the silk hat, and as well as the cloak wrapped around his body. I'm convinced that the person I saw is Max Galactica. The more I press him, the less results I seem to get. Maybe there was something fishy with the last bit of testimony. I don't think so. What's the matter, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. To be honest, when I saw that, I thought I was dreaming. When did you start thinking, that what you saw wasn't a dream?
Objection!
That's not important.
Objection!
I believe that the prosecution has done a bit of maintenance on the witness's memory. Just be sure, let's ask a witness. Ow! Objection. Sustain. Don't sustain like that. Acro must be lying about what he saw. Of course he is. Now the challenge will be to expose lies. So the problem is he's not practicing because he's injured. He's just kind of just chilling. Oh, what do you see? The murder weapon? Wait. This doesn't have the white rose. Is this the murder weapon?
It's not that big, is it? I feel like this is the most suspicious part. The light in your room was turned off then, right? That's true, I was going to bed after all. So, with the lights off, I thought he was already in bed. You only see the silhouette. I actually don't know.
Objection!
I wish you would tell me more about... Oh, wait, I didn't even get penalized. I heard a thwump. I mean, he just heard a sound, right? What's wrong with the sound? How are they allowed him to bring the emotional support birds? Are you sure as a human being, it could have been a mannequin or perhaps a large action figure? Can I present the picture of that statue? Max's bust? No. I'm not getting penalized though. Wasn't a dream.
Objection!
Wait, he said 10 p.m.
Hold it!
This crime happened at 10:15. I mean, 10:15 is after 10. But he shouldn't be able to see, though. Because of the blizzard, right?
Hold it! Objection!
I don't have that as evidence, though. Unless I present Mo.
Take that! Objection!
Oh, I lost HP from that. Wait, am I allowed to... Not there. I'd assume it's gonna be on this one, though. Do we know what angle, Mo saw Galactica?
Hold it!
There's no way this guy's, like, stared at him. Or he should have been staring at him, actually.
Objection! Take that!
Well, fuck. I'm already stuck.
Hold it! Objection! Take that! Hold it!
I'm a little bit stuck. Alright, let me think this through. He saw Max, back turned on him, flying in the air. What's wrong with that? What could be wrong? The timing, the positioning, the direction, the visibility, because it was very snowy, I guess. But I don't really have snow as evidence, and I don't think I could present Mo on his account. This doesn't seem like a profile type case. This could be just a evidence type thing. Where I talk about the hat. Oh wait. He should have lost his hat, right? At this point, the hat should have been dropped, right?
Hold it! Objection!
So we don't really know when the hat was dropped, right? But, like, theoretically, like, for sure it should have been dropped around this time.
Take that!
Oh, here we go. Finally. You claim to have seen the exact same thing Mo saw that night. Do you stand by that? What do you mean? The silk hat. What about the silk hat? I saw it on Max's head as he flew by my window. Well, you should have tried looking down of your window that night. That would have been quite difficult considering the state that I'm in. Just looking outside of the window was tough enough for a challenge for me. That's a shame, because you would have noticed the silk hat found on the scene. That's the ringmaster's hat, right? What? Hold on. Is this self-report? No. Afraid not. No matter how you look at it, this is Max's silk hat. Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright? Are you saying that Max has two silk hats? No. This is a handmade, one-of-a-kind model made only for Maximilian Galactica. Which means, Acro, that you've been fibbing on the stand. Order, order.
Objection!
As always, it looks like someone just had to open their mouths before thinking. Are you okay, Nick? Well, I opened my big mouth and now I have to back it up. How about it, Mr. Wright? What would cause this witness to commit perjury in this court today? Does he have a grudge against Max? I don't think so. This is between Acro and Regina. Or Regina. Unless he knows about Regina, well then he would go after Trio. Let's just get straight to it. Acro is the real culprit. Your Honor. On this occasion, the defense accuses Acro himself. On this occasion. Accuses Acro? What in the world are you accusing him of? Obviously, we're going to accuse him for the murder of Mr. Russell Berry. Mr. Wright, are you serious? Deadly serious, Your Honor. Ha ha ha. I think your trips to the circus have served you well. You seem to have learned how to try and grab into audiences' hearts and minds. Your Honor, don't allow yourself to be swayed by theatrics. Trying to wow the crowd with smoke and mirrors is the oldest bluff in the book. Really? If you don't believe me, just look at the witness. He's calm enough for it to almost... Wait, he's calm enough for it to almost be scary. She's saying he's too calm. I'm getting pecked by a bird. He's rather calm and collected. Mr. Dingling, do you have any response to the defense's accusations? I don't really need to say a thing, do I? What do you mean? Everyone, take a good look at me. I can't even stand up by myself, let alone leave the lodging house. That's true. I understand that Mr. Phoenix Wright is just trying to help his client. But to do this by accusing me of a murder of all things. See, even a silver of common sense makes it clear that this accusation is ludicrous.
She's right. Way to pick on the disabled, you heartless, cruel man.
Phoenix is a poopy head. See that, Mr. Phoenix Wright? If you're trying to drum up support from the peanut gallery, that's how you do it. I think that's enough of this little game. I've got a doctor's note to confirm that Acro is unable to stand under his own power. Maybe the defense is planning on making a claim to counter this as well? I can hear the defense now.
Acro has an accomplice.
What do you say about this, Mr. Wright? Did Acro have an accomplice? Yes. You for sure had an accomplice. It's possible for Acro to do the murder in this case. If that's the case, then it's natural for one to consider possible accomplices. You don't say. Oh wait, hold on. Don't think you're going to get off easy. What? You must not have heard that sound just now. Maybe it wasn't clear enough. The sound of you falling into your own trap can be hard to notice sometimes. Mr. Wright, it seems as if you won't be stopping at Acro, but will be making other accusations. If Acro did not have an accomplice, things are not looking good for you. I understand, Your Honor. Nope. Very well, let's continue. Who perchance would happen to be Acro's accomplice? I was gonna say, Money the Monkey.
But he was fucking around. I just remembered Trio's ring. And this was around 10:10?
Well, the murder did occur at 10:15. So it is possible that Money the Monkey was back to do some batshit crazy stuff. We're going with Money the Monkey. You don't say! Uh-oh. This is suddenly looking very, very bad. Don't tell me you think you're going to get off easy. What? Oh, did you hear that? Hear what? It sounded- wait. Foundation. Do you have any proof that this person you accuse was indeed an accomplice? Oh, Money the Monkey? He likes shiny things, right? And so... I actually don't know. Money the Monkey helped because... Can I just present the monkey again? Can I do that?
Well, she hates Money the Monkey, right?
I don't know. I mean, this is the same series that had you examining a parrot last game. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, but at least the parrot can talk. I don't think this monkey's gonna talk.
I mean, maybe... Are bronze statues shiny? Can bronze
statues be shiny?
Yes, bronze statues
Can be very shiny.
Well, I mean, there's some glitter already. Oh shit, the music didn't end. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. This piece of evidence is lacking in persuasive power. You didn't miss that sound, did you, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
You know, the sound of you receiving a penalty. Oh, shit. What are you doing, Nick? What do you say about this, Mr. Wright? Did Acro have an accomplice? What happens if I say no? Well, he definitely had help from the monkey. What if I don't pick the monkey? This is the same series. Wait. What if I? I don't know. What if I pick Regina? Would it allow me to pick another thing? It does. I need foundation. Alright, so what if I say he didn't have an accomplice? He did it all by himself.
Because I think it's possible for Buddy the Monkey to be
Preoccupied with whatever the fuck he was doing with Trio's ring, right?
So he didn't. Now then, this must be where we get to hear the names of the mystery accomplice. Wait, not this time, Von... Wait, I said no. Not this time, Von Karma. What? You're not going to sucker me into this one. What are you blabbering about, Mr. Wright? There was no accomplice. Acro planned and committed this murder all by himself.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Because at first I was like, oh, monkey for sure. But then I was like, wait, the monkey's kind of busy.
But I guess 5 minutes to do whatever the fuck he was doing. And then actually setting up a murder or something? I guess that's too short to really be convinced that the monkey helped him.
Order. What are you getting at? Way to keep them on their toes, Nick. Now I'm going to have to prove how all this fits together. I have to show how Acro murdered Russell Bear. Can you do that, Nick? Can you really do that? I know what I can't do. I can't stop now. If I stop attacking, I'm doomed. Alright, then let's do it. Mr. Phoenix Wright, if this witness is the killer, then his eyewitness account is all lies, right? Mr. Wright, I'd like you to clear something up for me. When the crime was committed, where exactly was Mr. Dingling? If he's not... You
know what? There is a suspicious hole in the ceiling in Mr. Mo's room. I'm gonna stick with the obvious. He's the one that was the killer. If it's not here, I'm picking Mo's room. There's no way he was anywhere but exactly right here. In the plaza, he was at the scene of the crime himself. You're right, though. The murder would have to have met the victim. Oh, but no prints, though. Ow! Miss Von Karma, stop it. You will be quiet and refrain from striking people. The witness could not have possibly left the lodging house on his own. Not to mention what Mr. Phoenix Wright had just said. There was no accomplice, remember? Yeah, you're right. You think I could get another chance? Alright, so he was just in his room. Okay, well, if he can't leave,
Wait, leave the lodging house? Is that what she said? Mo's room. That look is completely unrelated to the crime. But I suppose if he said he was in his room, he wouldn't have been able to commit. Ow! This... He's still in the lodging house. Okay. So he was just in his room the entire time? I find that hard to believe. So he was in his room, and then what? He just threw something out the window and just whacked him, and then had like a dummy or a mannequin and pulleyed the magician up. I mean, has to be, right? All right, so he was just in his room. He was obviously here the entire time. That's Acro's room. Pretty simple, eh? Acro wasn't able to leave the lodging house by himself. In that case, there can only be one correct answer. Acro didn't leave his room to kill the ringmaster. What? Are you nuts? What say you, Mr. Dingling? It's an interesting theory. That's it? Considering that what you propose is impossible, yes, that's it. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? As the witness stated, your assertion is impossible. As he is in a wheelchair, there is no way he could go to the scene or be the killer. You've got a point. It seems you've forgotten again, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The defendant was clearly spotted at the scene of the crime. That's true. Mo said that he saw Max, didn't he? No footprints. Wouldn't he have a footprint to where, like, he took off? Maya, it's still impossible for humans to fly. Do you mind if I ask a question, Mr. Wright? What is it? I understand some of your logic. However, how do you think that I killed him? If I can't leave my room, I obviously can't wear Max's costume. How did he do it? That's the next course of the legal buffet. Be careful, Nick, if you messed up here. She's right. I can't mess this up. I've got to give this some serious thought. He probably threw something. I'm sure Acro killed the ringmaster, and he did it while he was in his room, no doubt about it. Time to enlighten us. How Mr. Dingling committed to the crime, Mr. Wright. Yeah, we'll present. I'm gonna present some evidence. So, what did Mr. Dingling use? I think he used this bronze statue. What's that? A picture? It is indeed. The problem is with the item that's shown in the picture. His titties. It's quite a large titty. And because it's life-size, it's very, very heavy. Heavy? Heavy enough to guarantee a certain death. Especially if it was dropped from a third-story window. Ah! Oh. See? This is how Acro was able to kill the ringmaster. With the force of gravity and Maximilian's ample titties. Order. So you're saying that titties fell onto the ringmaster. A rather simple crime. Even if you were stuck in a wheelchair, it would be incredibly easy to commit. How could you possibly wheel a wheelchair with something so heavy? It's impossible. Well, Acro's an acrobat. He should have more than enough upper body strength to carry something like these titties. Mr. Dingling, how do you respond to these charges? Well, Acro's at a loss for words. He should be. He knows that I'm getting close to the truth. Well, Acro, you can't run away from— Ow! I'd watch what I say if I were you, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? Your Honor, the physical health of witness is material to this case. I demand that we get proper testimony from the witness himself. Testimony, you say? Fond karma. She's just using this testimony as a rouse to stall for time. There's absolutely no need for such testimony. The defense has its version of the murder. The prosecution has the right to respond. The defense objection is overruled. Why can't he see things my way for once? Mr. Dingling, I'm sorry, but we need you to testify about your physical condition. If you have any doubts about your ability to testify, we can request expert testimony.
The witness will have no problems. However, let's all be respectful towards him. Thank you.
You replacing bust with titties is killing me. Like it kinda is.
That woman will sink to any low to win a case. I suppose I could have lifted something that size of those titties. I have a strong upper body from working as an acrobat with only my legs injured. However, lifting those titties and looking out of the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. That makes it impossible for me to have known the location of the ringmaster's head. Thus, it would be unrealistic for me to drop these titties on him, don't you think? Sure. I have no doubts in regards to this witness testimony. It was impossible for him to lift those titties and stick himself out far enough to look. Not to mention that he could have not known the location of the ringmaster's head. A single false step would have led to even more severe injuries. That's what I was thinking. What is your opinion on the matter? I still like to proceed with my cross-examination. He's simply stalling. It's shameful, really. I can't let her get to me. I've got to focus. What's wrong with stalling, though? I feel like stalling is, like, good, you know? Sometimes you just need more time. Maximilian Galex's ample titties. I suppose I could have lifted something the size of that. Oh wait, no press. Have you ever lifted up those titties before? No, I've never actually lifted up with my own 2 hands. But I should get to it. Don't you think? I can't let money outdo me on this. Wait, what do you mean by that? Money? That crazy monkey has lifted Max's titties before? Holy shit, that monkey's strong! Please continue with your testimony, Mr. Dingling. I have a strong upper body from working as an acrobat, and only my legs were injured. So, what have you been doing to keep up in shape? Well, honestly, I've given up on training. I don't have any plans to return to the trapeze or the tightrope. You don't say, so what the fuck are you doing here still? But no offense, I'm not worried about losing to you in a race or anything. Neither am I, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I wouldn't lose either, Slowpoke. I mean, Nick. Whoa, how did this discussion turn to me all of a sudden? What is going on over there? Hold on. Alright. Never lifted up his what? His big, massive titties. I suppose you could say I'm stronger than a bear. However, lifting those titties and looking out the window would have been impossible. And why is that? Because if I were to do that, I'd end up falling out the window myself. I still have got much feeling back in my legs yet. So you couldn't have thrown those titties out the window. Maximum titties. Titty overload. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. How long do you think your recovery will take? You have to remember that my nerves were severely damaged. I'm currently undergoing some extremely intensive rehabilitation, but it's still going to take it's going to take a while before I'm back to 100%. Let me remind you of another very important point. If the witness was carrying the titties, he would not be able to see out below the window. That makes it impossible for me to have known the location of the ringmaster's head.
Hold it!
Why do you say it would be impossible? Allow me to explain. You accept that if I was carrying those titties, I couldn't see out below the window. Thus, there's no way that I would know the location of the ringmaster's head. Well, I suppose you've got a point. Hey, Nick, huh? What if you turn things around? Maybe if you think of it sort of like this. If he knew the location of the ringmaster's head, then he could drop the titties. That does make sense. Yeah, but no, he knew exactly where it was going to be. That acro knew the location of ringmaster's head without looking down. I think I've already explained things sufficiently. Thus, it would be unrealistic for me to drop the titties on him, don't you think?
Hold it!
If all you had to do was drop it, then it wouldn't have been a problem at all. If all I had to do was drop it, you're right, I could have done that. However, there's no way that I could land a direct hit on the ringmaster's head. So that kind of makes your theory a bit pointless, doesn't it, Mr. Wright? Acro's strong enough to lift up the titties. The main problem is how he could have aimed for the ringmaster's head. I wonder if he used some kind of tool to aim for the ringmaster. That's the ticket, Nick. Show them what you got. I have to be careful. I don't find this any... Yeah. It's not a tool, it's the note. So it's gonna be... this one. We present la note. Is it? Actually, I don't know. Oh, the wooden box. He probably left the box there. Which is probably like, yo, ringmaster. It'll catch the ringmaster's eyes like, oh, what the fuck is this? So he'll come over like, oh, what is this? Boom. That's why his body's hunched over, because he was probably like examining it, right? And it looks like it just went boom right on top of him. So the box was the target.
Objection!
Acro. You didn't really need to lean out of the window, did you? What are you driving at, Mr. Wright? You already knew ahead of time where the ringmaster's head was going to be. Quite precisely, I may add.
Objection!
Your silly hinting at things is pointless, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Enough stalling. How about you show us some evidence? But I did such a good job hinting. Yes, hurry up and explain things, Mr. Wright. Maybe you should take a look at this. The key point here is the wooden box. The same wooden box that the victim was found hunched over. The same. The question is, who placed the wooden box here? Who? When Ben and company saw the ringmaster, they didn't see him holding the box. Which means that this wooden box was already placed at the scene of the crime. I have to admit that your theory makes a lot of sense. The moment that the titties came falling down was exactly the same moment that the ringmaster lifted up this wooden box. Which means that the answer to these questions is now crystal clear. You mean, if the titties were to fall upon the point marked out by the wooden box, there would be no way that it could have missed the head of the victim. No! Finally, okay, look. I was kind of reading ahead, okay? So, like, you know, like, I was kind of autopilot. Finally, some of these loose ends are starting to tie themselves up. Now, I just gotta keep going, and there's only one way to go from here, forward. So the next question I have is, who placed the wooden box at the scene? It was Acro, of course. Do I really think that? I don't think so. He connected it to a rope, then all you have to do was lower it down. Did he? Ow! Allow me to whip some sense into you. Mr. Phoenix Wright, ow. The ringmaster's head could have been anywhere when he lifted the box. That's why the box was specially made. Specially made, indeed. It had the most peculiar feature. It'd be the content, right? But it was locked, though. I mean, it would have to be the size of the box. That shit was massive. Just to hold a pepper. And then by the time the police got to it, it was locked. So I don't think he even got to see inside of it. Unless he was able to smell the pepper, and then he sneezed. And all that sneeze, that's the time cue. Because it's probably like a hereditary, genetically thing or whatever. The daughter did it, probably the ringmaster. So when he sneezed, that's when he's like, oh, time to go. So the content of the box, I guess. Do you recall what was inside the wooden box? There was only a small bottle of pepper, wasn't there? Get on with it. Well, what's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Oh. I don't. Okay. Well, I had the relationship. You didn't think it. Okay. Okay. Then it's the size, because that shit's massive. The box was a remarkable size. Size, exactly. I think you can tell from the picture that the wooden box is very large. To lift it up, one would have been required to squat, meaning that one would have had to taken it in both arms, right? Moreover, the box is quite heavy. It weighs in the neighborhood of 20 pounds. 20 pounds is nothing. The box also carrying handles on either side, doesn't it? That is correct. To lift up the box, you'd have to squat down. I'm not really getting out what... I'm not picking up what he's putting down. Which means that no matter who you are, your head would be approximately the same place. Whichever way you carry it. Because the only way to carry it is to squat. Oh, okay, I see. So, like, no matter who you are, the way you carry it would be the same. Which means if the way you carry it is the same among, like, different, like, demographics, your head placement would still be generally in the same area. Makes sense. Fool. Everyone would carry that box the same way. Does he even bother to listen to me anymore? I've heard what you've had to say. I must admit, I'm shocked at your imaginative skills. Did you do it? Did you place this wooden box in the plaza? Mr. Wright may have a vivid imagination, but I could never have done what he's proposing. What? Mr. Wright, do you recall the original location of Max's titties? Yeah. The cafeteria? Of course I remember. It was on top of the table in the cafeteria. Then what happened to it? I'd like you to remember one important fact, Mr. Wright. I could not possibly leave the lodging house by myself. That means you understand what the monkey probably took it. You understand what I mean, don't you? I may very well have been able to drop the titties from my room. However, how would I have gotten the titties from the cafeteria to my room? Yeah, they're on Your Honor, it's on his chest right now. You see, Mr. Phoenix, right? Explain that. Don't forget, you said there was no accomplice. Well, I did say yes, and I did say the monkey. They didn't like that. Tell us exactly how the witness would have carried the titties from the cafeteria. Yep, we definitely have a problem here. But this is no place to get perplexed. I've got to get my wits about me and prove how things happened once and for all. Alright, Mr. Wright, let's hear your explanation. How did the witness get the titties from the cafeteria back to his room? You naughty, naughty little monkey. A monkey? Everyone knows money. He loves shiny objects of any size. Oh, like when he stole the ventriloquist ring. So, are you saying the witness had a monkey steal the titties? Of course he didn't order the monkey to steal it. The monkey stole it on its own, and then brought it back home. Oh. Money lives in Acro's room. Acro's room? But the titties was bronze, wasn't it? Bronze isn't all that... I had to look this up. To be fair, I had to look this up. She's kind of right. Maybe you should put the whip down sometimes and read the court record.
My, those are some very nice cards he's holding. Yeah, I did look at it, and then they were kind of shiny. Yes, and they're made of platinum, which is very shiny. Oh, I didn't know that. Did I actually say that? Bro, this shit doesn't even say shit. Acro. Money is a strong monkey, right? It'd be easy for him to bring the titties back to your room. If he wasn't able to handle that himself, I'd be on the market for a new roommate. So he admits it. Order, order. I said order, Miss Von Karma. Where is the titties in question at this moment? We're gonna screenshot that real quick. I'm just imagining bro, dropping Max himself from the window chest first instead of his bust. Wait. Instead of the statue, he's throwing Max's butt ass, or I guess not butt ass, but chest naked titties out the window, and then landing titty first right into the ringmaster's head. Imagine the recoil and the physics in okay, I'm done thinking. I don't know. We're searching for it as we speak. It's a rather strange turn of events, but let's say that the monkey had not stolen the titties. What would have happened then? Well, in that event, nothing happens. Something else would have been used as the murder weapon. Wait. Then you mean this titty being the murder weapon was purely by accident? It's Judge, you're not supposed to ask a woman that! It's possible. Maybe Acro saw Money's mountain of stolen goods and thought to use one of them, like a tuba, I guess. Anyways. Oops. I think we've more than proven one critical fact. Namely, that it was entirely possible that Acro was the murderer. Moron! Mr. Wright's argument was so circular, I'm still a bit dizzy. However, his argument does hold water. There's no denying that. Ow! Don't seem so flamboozled, especially by this fraud of an attorney. Fraud? You've forgotten the absolute most important thing, Mr. Phoenix Wright. And what is that? You should know. You forgot that your fraud of a magical client was spotted at the scene of the crime. There is no reason to doubt the clown's testimony. That's true. How do you respond to that, Mr. Wright? Don't let her beat you down now. I won't. This is my chance to turn this trial around. When the murder occurred, there were two people at the scene of the crime. One was the victim, Russell Berry, and the other was the murderer himself. Answer this and only this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Who was the murderer the clown saw? A monkey? No.
If we establish that I don't think he threw it. I think he went down there himself. And then he just climbed a rope. But who is the murderer that the clown saw? Of course, that is completely improbable, but the mental image is there. Yeah. I mean, I want to say the monkey. Because he probably went down to grab the statue back, right? That's probably what happened. and there's a rope attached potentially. So then he went down by the rope, he grabbed it, and then he climbs back up. I feel like that's probable. I mean, if not him, then it's Acro, but like we kind of established that he threw it. It's kind of like be like, oh yeah, actually, like we spent like what 10 minutes, 20 minutes being like, oh yeah, it's possible that he threw it, and be like, oh yeah, actually, he didn't throw it. He just went down there and just killed him. What is this supposed to mean?
Yes, what is that supposed to mean? Do you mind explaining that to me as well? You're getting barraged with questions, Nick. Why is that? It's because you're... God damn it. Two people were at the scene of the crime. Well, I mean, actually, he could, after he threw the thing... it was only moments. Now let's do it. Oops.
Who else helped? It would have to be Mo Bamba. Am I gonna say Mo Bamba helped? Who was the murderer? Wait, but that would be Acro. Didn't I just say it was Acro? If it's not the monkey, if it's not Acro, if it's not Regina. It's not the clown. Well. Did I misclick on Acro? I mean, it has to be Acro. Who was the murderer? Do I just say it's Max's titties? Oh, it is. Okay. That's what I wanted to say that, or that's what I meant when I said or the monkey or Acro, because they had to retrieve the statue. But I guess I was thinking too far ahead. I asked who was the other person Mo saw on the scene. The evidence has nothing to do with the question. Oh, Crotois, mon frère. It does... What does that even mean? Ah, Crotois. Hold on, I'll deal with them in a sec. Mon frère. In English. I just got like a AI... On the contrary, my brother.
Au contraire, mon frère.
Au contraire, mon frère. Okay. Hold on, let me deal with these dogs. I don't know why they're going crazy all of a sudden. Oh, toi, mon frère. It does indeed have something to do with the question. Mo said that he saw Max's silhouette. But he did not actually see the man himself. It wasn't a human being he saw. How is that possible? It's simple, really. What Mo actually saw that night was Max's titties. What are you talking about? Have you tried using your brain at all in this case? The silhouette he saw was wearing a cloak. There's no reason why you couldn't attach a cloak to the titties. It would be easy to hang one off the cards in the hold on. It would be easy to hang one of the cards in the titty's hands. Okay, I don't know what I said. Idiot! Who in their right mind would put a cloak on a titty? It doesn't matter who put it on the titty. Just a minute, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the titty? That question is of the utmost importance to this case, don't you agree? Duh, you caught me. So let's have it, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on those titties? Well, the cloak isn't shiny, so it has nothing to do with the monkey. I wonder, Mr. Phoenix Wright, didn't the defendant wear his cloak the entire time he was at practice? He took it off. So then how did this person get a hold of the cloak? Well, furthermore, how would this person have gotten the cloak onto the bust, I wonder? Because this person was not spotted at the scene. Wait, why would the ringmaster put the cloak on it? No, he died to it. Who put the cloak on the statue? If it's not Acro, it can't be the monkey. I mean, can't really say fetch.
Objection!
Can he?
Objection!
The ringmaster already died. It was a one-shot kill. Fool, him? You're saying it was the victim himself? That's what I'm saying. I mean, the victim himself placed the cloak on the bust? Place the cloak isn't really the right way of putting it. Then, what would be the right way of putting it on? Explain yourself. Nick, do you really have a handle on all this? I'm fine, Maya. I'm really putting it all together. There's only one picture I can paint anyways. Alright, so you want to know what happened really that night. Let's step back in time. Acro used a rope to lower the wooden box onto the scene. Then he attached that rope to the bust. He dangled the bust out of the bedroom window directly above the wooden box.
At the same time, the ringmaster told Max to wait in his room and went down. To the scene, of course. At the time, ringmaster was wearing Max's costume. Perhaps he didn't want anyone to recognize him that night. But just as he feared, he was spotted at the entrance of the lodging house by none other than the ventriloquist and his puppet Ben and Trio. When the ringmaster arrived at the scene, he bent over to lift the wooden box. And that's when Acro took his chance and released the rope. Now this is when the magic happens. At that very instant, the bus hit the victim. Okay. Completely by chance. You just wait a second there, Mr. Phoenix Wright. As much as you try, as much as you scheme, this just isn't true. It can't be. It's still a little early to be getting so upset, Miss Von Karma. The circus isn't over yet. What? The impact of the bust on the victim threw the cloak up, which snagged onto the bust. And that impact has caused the sound of a certain witness heard, prompting him to take a look. That witness was, of course, Lawrence Mo Curls, the clown. When Mo looked out of his window, the cloak had already snagged onto the bust. Now, having completed the crime, Acro naturally went about pulling up the murder weapon. Of course, he had no idea that Mo saw the bust being raised with the cloak dangling on it. Primarily because in his wheelchair he couldn't see out the window, so he just kept pulling the bust up. And that's how the magical murderer disappeared into the magical murderer disappearing into the sky came to be. Damn. So you see, the only person who could have pulled this off is the one who was able to drop the murder weapon from above the scene of the crime. Acro. It could have only been you. We're gonna go into his motive. Acro's been playing mind games with all of us. He sure has. But he has come to the end of his rope now. So, what now? You've graced us with a rather long-winded tale. But do you have any evidence to prove that your fairy tale is true? Evidence? Motive. In this court, only two things matter. The power of evidence and the power of my whip. Don't forget the power of my gavel as well. Mr. Wright, the prosecution brings up a good point. Can we see some evidence? Nick, they say they want evidence. I just explained how there could be one possible murder method. But there's still something unusual about Mo's eyewitness account. Unusual? A contradiction, actually. Okay then, use that and get out of this jam. That's enough talking amongst yourselves. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Present some evidence to the court that backs your claim. Of what exactly? I want hard proof that you have unraveled the trick to this magic case. Alright, what about a silk hat? Oh yeah, and then he's like, oh fuck, I got the hat. And then he just threw it back down. That or the pepper. The problem is Max's three symbols. You know, the silk hat, the cloak, and the white roses. Those symbols were a problem numerous times during yesterday's proceedings. Yesterday there were two contradictions in Mo's testimony. The silk hat was one, white roses was the other. But the theory I just presented explains all three of these contradictions. You fool, do you ever shut up? Max's silk hat was found at the scene of the crime. However, remember what Mo said. Oh, wait, no, I'm wrong, yeah. This hat came from... what's his face? The ringmaster's outfit that he brought. But obviously the statue already has a hat. So this hat was from the impact of the death. There's technically two hats. There's one on the ringmaster's head, and then one on the statue. But obviously the one that's on the statue is permanently attached because it's made out of bronze. And so when Mo saw the statue hat, it was like, oh, that must be the silk hat. But it wasn't the silk hat. The silk hat is on the floor because that flew out of the ringmaster's head when he died. He testified that the criminal he saw fleeing the scene was wearing a silk hat. There's only one explanation for that. The silk hat that Mo saw was actually the titties. Makes sense. If you look at it that way, then he did see the silk hat. Well, sort of.
Objection!
Saw a bronze hat. Fine, you got one. But what about the other contradiction? The other contradiction? Remember what the ventriloquist said in court. He said that he witnessed white roses on Max's chest that night. But the clown testimony doesn't match at all. The clown said that there was no white roses. I'd like to see you try and explain that one. It could be facing away from him. Please recall the incident when this cloak snagged onto the titties. If the cloak snagged onto the titties, what happened to the white roses? I mean, be facing away, right? Maybe caught? Do you get it yet? If the cloak got snagged onto the front of the bust, it means that the white roses would end up on the back. Yeah, it would be facing towards Mo, right? That's the logic? Which explains why Mo didn't see them. The white roses were not visible because they were on the back side of the titties, yeah. Order, order. This is quite the shocking state of affairs. Mr. Wright theory still sounds a bit absurd to me. However, let's just keep going down this road for a while and see where it leads. Let's do this, Nick. Maybe Von Karma will finally throw in the towel. She never does. Well, so much for that theory. Mr. Wright, do you mind? What is it? You took the time to research our circus, didn't you? Well, yes I did. Is there something making you think that I did? If you did, then maybe you'll understand why I think you're off track. Why is that? Motive. Yeah, exactly. This witness feels an incredible debt of gratitude towards the ringmaster. Anyone with any relation, to the circus is well aware of this. Thus, there is absolutely no way someone like this would kill the ringmaster. Your Honor, I'd like you to hear Acro's story. Learn about his relationship with the ringmaster and his life up until now. What do we do? There's no doubt that Acro deeply respects the ringmaster. Acro's motive, Well, he doesn't like Regina. So it'd be safe to assume that he doesn't like the ringmaster. Especially after that incident with his brother. Very well. I feel like it's a good place to take a break. I will listen to the rest of Mr. Dingwing's testimony after recess. Okay. To be continued. Hold on. I'm gonna do my mood day real quick. Persona 4? Damn, trash. Yes. I can't believe it. Acro? It's pretty shocking, isn't it? It definitely is, and to think he was always the most straightforward of the group. Jeebus, am I that hated? Ahem. Acro tried to pin the murder on you on purpose. He did? Psst, psst, cough. But I'm nothing but a little old nobody, you know. But you're not, which is kind of the reason why... Cough, hey, pal! You're gonna ignore me after I went through all the trouble to bring you some evidence? Wait, Detective Gumshoe? Ah, forget it. I'm going home. This guy deserves to be guilty anyways. Now, Detective, I'm sorry. Look, why don't you relax a little? Eve got some real tasty milk. How about a card trick, Detective? Ho ho ho, well, if you insist.
Now, about that evidence you mentioned, what is it? Here you go. This was yesterday in Acro's room. Yep, and I've included the forensic results. Take a look at it later. Will Miss Vikarma be mad that you're doing this? That's why this is all a secret. Huh? Look, details are on... need to know basis, and we're not really allies or anything, but everything that's happened in court up until now has gone according to our plan. I don't know, Miss Von Karma doesn't seem in control of things in there just now. You'll figure it out eventually, pal. Yesterday, our final plans were sent... Who's our? Edgeworth? That reminds me, I've got a message from the prosecutor for you. Nothing is ever truly decided until the very end. Is that Edgeworth? What did he mean by that, the very end part? I'm not sure. It was all pretty cryptic to me. Oh, and one more thing. Don't scare me like that. It looks like there's a large care package from the circus for the defendant. What? For me? It's milk. Why more milk? The reception area looks like some kind of dairy, so hurry up and drink it all before it spoils. An entire dairy's worth of milk for me? Holy shit. Do you like milk that much? Oh shit. Small quantity of pepper. Interesting. So the lion likes pepper? Miss Von Karma, please continue where you left off. I'd like to continue with Acro's testimony, starting with his relationship to the victim. I'd also like to get proof from the defense. Proof of what kind of motive Acro would have to commit this crime. Understood. Now, Mr. Dingling. Yes, Your Honor. Please proceed with your testimony. Finally, we get to the motive. Wait, Nick, are you okay? Just do me a favor and don't ask questions you don't want the answers to. Nope. About the ringmaster. When we were little, we were abandoned by our parents. Who's we? That's when the ringmaster of the very big circus Russellberry took us in. I became an acrobat at around 9 years old. I wanted to find a way to repay the ringmaster. That was my sole purpose in life. Okay? You're such a thoughtful young man. As you heard, the witness deeply respected the victim. I wonder how anyone could think that Acro would kill the man who he held such esteem for. You're absolutely right. How could anyone think that, Mr. Wright? Which is why there's no real need for a cross-examination, is there? Actually, that's the question I'm trying to answer myself. Why would Acro kill the ring... Yeah, wouldn't he just kill, Wouldn't he just kill Regina? Unless... this note wasn't for the ringmaster. It was for Regina. Which is why it was in Regina's pocket. But she was so clumsy that she just put it on the... Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. This might be my last chance to answer that question. Of course I'll cross-examine. The defense has a right to cross-examine the witness. You're so tactless, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You don't care about justice, do you? You just want to fabricate a motive. Very well, Mr. Wright. Cross-examine the witness. When we were little, we were abandoned by our parents. We? Yes, my brother Sean and I. What? You have a brother? How old were you when this happened, Acro?
I was 8 years old and my brother was 4. Your parents were very cruel, weren't they? Nowadays, we aren't bitter about what happened to us, because it allowed us to meet the wonderful people at the very big circus. Nick, the judge is getting misty-eyed. He's got a soft spot for sob stories, it looks like. Ow! No crying in court. Let's keep going. The witness may proceed with his testimony. That's when the ringmaster of the very big circus, Russell Berry, took us in. How would you describe your relationship with the ringmaster? He was like an uncle, a father, and a big brother all rolled up into one. The ringmaster and my brother were the only family I had. What about the other people at the circus? This was over 15 years ago. Back then, there were very few customers coming in, so no one really had the time to look after us. They were worried about other things. But the ringmaster, he would always come see us with a laugh and smile. What a beautiful story. That's why I was always thinking of what I could do to help. I wanted to thank him. Nick, isn't Acro such a wonderful person? I know, he seems like a nice guy, which makes this so difficult.
So, how long have you been a performer?
I became an acrobat at around 9 years old. You started off as an acrobat at that early of an age? I begged the ringmaster until he finally agreed to let me do it. Ever since then, I've been in incredible physical shape. That was also when I decided to form a group with my brother. We called ourselves the Flying Dingling Berries.
Huh?
I've even heard of them in Germany. Liar. The point is that I wanted to be of some use to the circus.
You are truly a remarkable young man. The judge keeps looking at Acro almost like a proud father.
I wanted to find a way to repay the ringmaster. That was my sole purpose in life. Did you ever have any trouble with the ringmaster? Ow! How could you ask such a thing, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Do you have some sort of fundamental misunderstanding of this witness's testimony? Or the heartfelt emotions contained within? You better think about this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You better think hard. Ow! Ow, ow.
No matter how you look at it, there's no way I could see this witness ever taking the victim's life.
Exactly. I've been waiting for you to say that, Your Honor. Nick, I hate to say it, but I agree with them. I was trying to chase down the truth, but I ended up just looking like a jerk. Oops, something. Pondering whether or not this man would kill the ringmaster leads me to believe that it is pretty unlikely. Exactly right, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, I'd like to ask you a question.
Go ahead, Your Honor.
I would just like to know, can you provide an explanation to why the ringmaster would want...
Why Acro would want the ringmaster dead? I'm gonna save. I can't provide a reason. Nick? Yeah, I didn't even have to think about it. It was obvious from the start. Your Honor,
The reason that Acro killed the ringmaster is something that can't be proven. What?
That's because Acro had no reason to kill the ringmaster at all. Ow! Your foolish attempts to fool us like foolish fools is so foolhardily foolish. Did you forget you made an accusation against this witness, did you not? I believe it was, "This is the real killer of Russell Berry Ringmaster." If you want to jump to the end of things, then yes, that sounds about right.
The end of things.
Acro. You didn't plan to kill the ringmaster at all, did you? The ringmaster wasn't your target that night. What did you say?
I'm sorry, I'm eating. I'm saying that the target of this witness's murderous plot was not the ringmaster. Because it was never his intention to kill Russell Berry to begin with.
What?
Order. Bailiff, I don't care who it is, smack anyone who's loud in the face, twice if you must. Mr. Wright, what in the world are you trying to do to my court?
Ow! Mr. Phoenix Wright, what are you doing in his court? Are you attempting to imply that Acro's trying to kill someone else?
Yes.
Regina Berry? This young girl is the ringmaster's daughter, correct? Acro. You were really aiming for her that night, weren't you?
Objection!
You don't need to answer that. It's a mean-spirited leading question. He could easily answer this question. If I'm wrong, all he has to say is, you're wrong, that's it. That's it, huh, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Enough. Mr. Wright, allow me to... Ow! The only thing allowed to interrupt me is death itself, huh? And that goes for you too, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Show me evidence now. I want to know why Acro would want to kill Regina Berry. Yes, me too. I demand to see proof. Present evidence that proves Acro was out to kill this young girl. Acro. You remember this, don't you? It's a piece of paper that we found inside the ringmaster's tailcoat. Inside the victim's tailcoat? Acro wrote this note. It's ironically titled, "To the Murderer." Its purpose was to call someone to the plaza at 10 p.m. So you're saying that he called Russell Berry with that note? Kinda. Yes, but there's just one little problem. Problem? Acro did indeed place this note into someone's pocket. However, that someone was not the ringmaster. You mean, it wasn't for the... That's exactly what I mean. The person this note was intended for was none other than Regina Berry. Order, order, order! Mr. Wright, this little theory of yours, it's the truth, Your Honor. It isn't a theory. Simply put, Regina didn't think the note was meant for her, which is why, the morning of the crime, she placed it on the cafeteria bulletin board. That's when her father, the ringmaster, saw the note. That's correct. The ringmaster ended up in that plaza instead of Regina. And he was killed because of that mistake. Instead of Regina. That's incredible! Remember the testimony that Acro gave us earlier today. Lifting the bust and looking out of the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that much kind of force on my lower body. If I were to do that, I'd end up falling out the window myself. Acro had no idea who it was that arrived at the plaza, because he couldn't look down out of his window to see who it actually was. I've got it! Acro thought it was Regina down in the plaza. And it's when he let the bust... and that's when he let the titties fly. Hey, Nick, isn't it Regina listening to all this from the audience? She is. Unfortunately, it's only going to get harsher from here. I hope Regina can handle it. She's gonna be thinking about... her head's in the clouds. Acro wrote this note to Regina.
Objection!
Foolishly foolish fool with foolishly foolish fool ideas of foolish tomfoolery. You're so foolish, you've even made me sound like a fool-hearted fool. Very well, Mr. Phoenix Wright, if you're so sure, then tell us about this line. I have conclusive evidence of what took place. What is that conclusive evidence? Is it the scarf? It has to be. Yes, what about that line? Well, if the note was meant for Regina Berry, it would mean that this note is declaring that Regina Berry's a murderer. You just don't get it, do you? What? What did you just say? The ringmaster knew what the note meant, which is why he went to the plaza, in place of his lovely daughter. Hold it right there, Mr. Wright. What is this incident that alluded to? Wait, what is this incident that is alluded to in the note? The incident 6 months ago. I know all about it, mostly. An incident occurred 6 months ago. And now I am more than ready to show this court what really happened at that time. Moron! Wait, are you sure that it relates to the present case? It does indeed, Your Honor. It shows motive. Everything in this case has its start in what happened 6 months ago. And motive. Really, Nick? I think so. Well then, if that's the case, hurry up and tell us about it. What is this conclusive evidence mentioned in the notes? I know I'd certainly like to know what it is. If I can't answer that question, the judge is going to think I'm bluffing. And on that note, we're going to save.
The conclusive evidence about the incident 6 months ago is actually... Wait, what am I trying to prove? We don't even know what the case is. Am I just showing how it relates? This is kind of vague. I either present the lion, or show the lion did some fucked up shit, ate the brother's head off, got shot in the face, or the scarf. Now let's see where that's later. I either show the brother, like, this guy got his head bit off, and he's in a coma without his head. Yeah, probably the lion, huh? It shows connection to Regina. Okay, then I present the profile then. Oh wait, conclusive evidence, whatever the note's alluding to. Never mind, it is the scarf. Conclusive evidence, wait. What? Wait, you know what? That can't be it, because that's what Acro was giving me. Why would he give me conclusive evidence? The pepper? That'd be pretty funny. Oh, it is. That's like 3 steps. Now this is fucked. Because first, I feel like I would have to talk about the incident, right? With the lion and then the brother. And then I have to talk about, yeah, his head got bit off while he got the scarf. There's blood, small quantity of pepper. And then, yeah, the same pepper that was in the... I don't like the order of this. I thought I was like giga jumping the gun, but alright. Achoo, 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 achoo! What kind of spicy joke is this, Mr. Phoenix, right? It isn't a joke at all. It's the decisive evidence you asked for. What do you mean? Recall that victim was trying to take the wooden box away from him. He was doing so because this piece of decisive evidence is what was inside. Another unbelievable conclusion. Very well, Mr. Wright, so what exactly are you saying? Are you claiming that Regina Berry killed someone with a small bottle of pepper? Taking that into account, that's the only logical conclusion you can draw. That was true. Foolish fool who never tires of his own foolish ways. If you're so sure, Mr. Phoenix Wright, then answer this question. Who was Regina Berry's intended victim? Wait, what? This? I don't really understand what she's asking. Who is this? That is Acro's younger brother.
Objection!
What does this prove? His younger brother isn't dead. Technically, that's true. However, Bat has been in coma for 6 months now. It's not a stretch to see how Acro could feel that his brother is dead. Regina, she did that to him? Do you spend your entire life dreaming up new ways to be a fool? Naturally, the prosecution has looked into Acro's brother, Sean Dingling. 6 months ago, he was bit by a lion and fell into a current comatose state. A lion? Regina, I mean Miss Regina Berry, is an animal tamer by trade. However, no tamed animal in that position is ever trained to attack another human. They wouldn't understand the command. Moreover, Miss Regina could never do something like that. It's just not in her. So then what happened to Acro's brother? He's not the victim of an attempted murder, he's the victim of an accident. I see. Now what do we do? No one seems to be going along with the theory. Do you think what happened to Bat was actually an accident? It can't be, right? Why else would there be pepper on the scarf? That was Reginald. Reginald was the one that gave the scarf. That is Reginald's line, yes. But was she the one that really put pepper on it? And no one... Let's just say it's more than that. The lion biting Bat was no accident at all. What? You're such an amateur, Mr. Phoenix, Wright. There's no way that Regina would ever incite her lion to attack another human being. She may not have incited the lion to attack another human being, but Regina is responsible for making the lion bite Acro's brother, Bat, because of the scarf. That's just a scarf. Acro. This scarf is something that Bat used to wear, correct? That's right. And who was it, the one that gave the scarf to Bat? Regina. Regina gave it to him. Regina. There's something more than just blood on this scarf, Your Honor. And what might that be? Pepper. Pepper? Pepper. Regina gave the scarf to Bat right before the accident. She covered it with as much pepper as she could. Hey, what's with the silent treatment? Excuse me, Mr. Wright? You've done a good job of fingering... What the hell? Pointing out a criminal. But out of curiosity, what was her crime? No one is able to connect the dots. Miss Berry gave a pepper-covered scarf to Bat as a present. Where's the crime in that? It still seems like the judge still doesn't get it. Mr. Phoenix, right? Wasn't it said that the lion seemed to be smiling? Smiling? The lion was smiling? Right before Bat was bit by the lion, for a moment the lion's mouth changed and it looks like he was smiling. Lions smile? I've never heard of them smiling, however... Lions... sneeze. Achoo. Achoo. If I had someone's head in my mouth, I go, achoo. I guess the chew lands impact. I see, okay. That makes sense. Lions sneeze. What? Leon wasn't trying to bite Bat at all. In reality, all he actually did was sneeze. That's what I was thinking about my theory. Damn, and when it sneezed, that's... Damn. That's actually sad. And he got shot because he was sneezing. He sneezed because of all the pepper on the scarf. What? You fool! Damn. That's actually sad. You've got to be kidding me. I'm also kind of speechless as well. What's the matter, Miss Von Karma? I object for objection's sake. Mr. Phoenix, right? This theory, you believe it? You really intend to say that this joke of an accident actually happened? Of course I do. It's the truth. The lion sneezed due to the pepper, and that's when Bat lost consciousness. Acro nearly lost his brother due to this accident, or this joke, as you put it. Which is why he tried to get his revenge against Regina. You foolish idiot. Ha. Ha ha ha. It almost does seem like a terrible joke, doesn't it? Once again, I'm impressed by your imagination, Mr. Wright. To think that there's someone who treats this accident with the respect it deserves. Are you telling me that what I said was true? Acro? You can't mean... witness! Are you confirming the defense's claim? Mr. Wright, unfortunately, your imagination is not enough to find me guilty of murder. What do you mean by that? The pepper, the scarf, the lion.
I see where you're going, but it's a bit hard to swallow. Not to mention the fact that there's an even bigger problem with your theory.
What would that problem be?
The timing, probably. The same problem it's always been. Evidence. Isn't the pepper in the briefcase? If I dropped Max's titties on top of the ringmaster, where's the evidence that proves that claim? If you were the one that dropped the titties on the ringmaster, I thought we already established this. You mean the conclusive evidence? The biggest problem is the murder weapon, or the lack of thereof, to be more precise. It's the statue. It's the titties. The murder weapon. The titties that the defense claims was used. If that were to be found in Nakro's room, and if it was covered with the victim's blood, that would be awfully conclusive. It was a blunt object. I don't think there was any blood. Yes, it would be. There's no blood, I'm pretty sure. The titties. Nick, you've got to do something. This is the last step.
We don't need to search Akro's room. We don't need to find it or, Blunt force trauma. Yeah, there's no blood. We would have seen blood on the snow. Can we just see how things work out first? It might be worthwhile to search Akro's room, but why aren't you going to search his room? It looks like you finally figured things out, didn't you? Now you know the true meaning of Von Karma total justice. I guess. I figured with you that's the least I should expect. You'd have no stone unturned. A Von Karma never leaves anything to chance. We already searched Akro's room yesterday. What did you find? There's no reason to even say it. If we found what you think we found in the room, Akro would not be here as a witness. But to put a point on it, Max's titties was not in the room. The murder weapon is still unaccounted for. You see, Mr. Wright, the titties wasn't in my room. Furthermore, Detective Dick Gumshoe executed the search by complete surprise, and we took Akro directly to the prosecutor's office after that. End of story. Just wait a second. Something's funny about all this. Ha 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 ha.
It looks like you lacked the final nail to put into my coffin. But what about the scarf? What about the note? What about them, Mr. Wright? No offense, but the only evidence that is relevant here is that which pertains to the death of the ringmaster. You should know that by now. Do something, Nick. Don't let this case slip away. The titties, where is it now? Where's the titties right now? You're Phoenix, right? You should know where the titties are. I'm sure you do. There's not a single clue where it doesn't matter about the titties, does it? It seems this case is coming to a close. The defense counter-arguments look to have fallen short. Oh, did I just pick the wrong option? Thank you for your support. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I think that brings to an end of the cross-examination of this witness. Hold it. You might be cooked. Where is Max's titties? The defense needs time to prepare Jesus Christ. The defense needs time to prepare to present its case. Sorry, okay, whatever. I just bit my tongue. Huh? What? We need time to do what? We need time to... Why are you the most surprised person here? She's your aide, isn't she? Do you really have a case to present, Mr. Wright? Well, why are you asking me? The rest is up to you, Nick. Good luck. Hey, wait, you can't be serious. Acrobats always have their lives on the line, don't they? That's how Acro's lived his life up until now. Now's the time for us to walk our own tightrope. If we don't, we're certain to lose. The inability to read is part of the act, yeah. Yeah, I couldn't read it for it took me 3 or 4 tries. Turns out she also had a problem saying that out. Oh my god. I guess that's just peak cinema, I guess. Very well, the defense may proceed. He doesn't have a clue, and I don't think he'll be finding anyone or anything anytime soon. Walking the tightrope of logic, there's no room for a false step, sink or swim. The only way through is forward. The murder weapon. Where is Max's titties right now?
It could be. Alright, so there was a stepladder and rope in the big top. So that could be one reason why it's in the big top. It could be in the courtroom for the theatricals of it. I don't think it'd be in the lodging house. I guess if it's in the lodging house, it's gonna be in Acro's room, but they already said they searched it. And I'm assuming it's already been searched and they couldn't find it. Let's go with big top.
It must be somewhere in the very big top. I should have went with the courtroom, actually. It's in the big top? Mr. Wright, where exactly in the big top where we'd find the bust?
In the center ring? It's in the circus's center ring. What is it doing there? Have you heard the saying, if you like it, then you should put a ring on it? If you like it, then you should have put a ring on. What is that from? Is that Shakira? Or is that Beyonce? Wait, what does the ring have to do with this, though? I lost the ring. It's kind of like that. What? Okay, so maybe the two rings aren't related. Okay. I was about to say. I was like, what the fuck? I'm gonna say courtroom, actually. I think it's in the courtroom for theatricals.
It's obvious. The titties is inside this courtroom right now. It's obviously where. Allow me to pinpoint location of the titties once and for all. Okay, maybe not. Acro, I'm sorry to ask this, but do you mind if I take the blanket off your wheelchair? I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you, Mr. Wright. Well, you are a big guy, and you have a pretty big wheelchair because of it. I just wanted to make sure you weren't hiding anything under that blanket. But it seems to me that it'd be really easy to say to hide titties under there. Ha. Ha ha ha. Once again, your penchant for humor hits me where it hurts, Mr. Wright. I think it's pretty amazing that you can laugh in your position. However, your lightheartedness doesn't change the fact that the bust is under there. No way. I was kind of joking with this option. We all know that you can't leave the lodging house by yourself in your condition. That proved inconvenient when Miss Von Karma happened to search her room yesterday. If she had found the murder weapon in your room, it would have been all over for you. Which is why you had to hide it, in the only place that you could hide it. Under your wheelchair. Which is why, Acro, I have to ask you again. Would you please remove the blanket from your lap? Well done, Mr. Wright. Masterfully played. You fool! How could you?
So he has it with him this entire time. You've got me. I've been bagged by a real pro. Actually, two of them. Two of them. Maya, probably. Miss Franziska von Karma and Phoenix Wright.
What?
There's just one thing I'd like to know. How did you know to launch the surprise search on my room last night? Oh. There were two pieces of decisive evidence. The cloak and the bust. I burned the cloak in my room and threw the ashes away with the trash. Regina always took my trash out every morning, you know. But the bust, obviously I couldn't throw that away. When you executed your search, all I could do was try and hide the bust. And the only place that I could hide it quickly was under this wheelchair. Miss Von Karma, you had things all figured out, didn't you? I was completely sucked in by your calculated strategy. And now to be caught in the middle of court hiding the murder weapon. There's no way I can escape that. You've got me. Well done, Mr. Wright. Well done, Miss Von Karma. It all makes sense now. I can't believe Von Karma thought that far ahead. It's amazing. You definitely couldn't tell by looking at her. I know I sure couldn't. I can't believe it. Me, make a mistake. Why did I order a surprise search of your room? If only I hadn't done that. It seems we've finally arrived at the truth. Acro. Yes, Your Honor? Did you kill the ringmaster of the Berry Big Circus, Mr. Russell Berry? Yes, Your Honor. I'm responsible for that crime. Acro. All my brother wanted was for Regina to like him. That's why he'd tease her. One day, my brother sprinkled some pepper on Regina. She started sneezing so hard, you couldn't help yourself from laughing. That's why Regina thought it'd be funny to get him back in the same way. And that's why she covered the scarf with pepper? I know she didn't mean anything bad to happen, I know this. But she wanted to make my brother sneeze a few times too. But I just couldn't forgive her, no matter what. What am I truly guilty of? I'm guilty of never ever being able to understand her. Your brother became a star. Regina believes in that so purely that she would laugh innocently when saying it, too innocently. I just couldn't stand it, no matter how hard I tried. That's when you decided to do something about Regina. How dreadful. So you're saying that you are a victim in all of this as well? No, that's not what I mean. I'm nothing but a murderer. That's who I am. At first I thought I'd kill myself, then I pondered giving myself up. But I couldn't just up and leave. I just couldn't. Not yet. That's why I tried to pin this on Max. Max, I'm so sorry. I just couldn't up and leave yet. This has been such a strange case. It's almost a reflection of the circus itself. I'm an idiot. I can't believe it. You beat me again. I believe this case is now beyond any point of possible discussion. Thus, I'd like to declare my verdict. Not guilty. Easy. Easy. This court is adjourned. Shit. That was kind of a sad ending, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, as soon as, like, I realized, like, the lion didn't bite that dude's head off. The lion just sneezed. I was like, oh, fuck. Oh, shit. This is kind of sad. Fabulous! But to be honest, I can't really be too happy about this. Acro, the ringmaster, Regina, and Bat, not a single one of them was a bad person inside, huh? That's a good question, and one I don't know the answer to.
Many congrats, but only at max 1 million of them.
Thank you.
What's with the vibes in this room?
We're just thinking about Acro.
No. If you worry about people too much, then you'll be like this forever and never be happy. Huh? Wah. She's been like this for a while now. Wah. It's all my fault. Sweetie pie. Fat Acro, they're never coming back. Now everyone's gonna split up. Regina, Mr. Wright, tell me something. What do you want to know, Regina? Acro said something right at the end. I just couldn't up and leave yet. Does that mean that Acro... Is he gonna try to get his revenge on me?
I don't think so. I think that was more towards his brother. He's not gonna do that to you, Regina. Are you sure? Or like not do it to his brother, but like save his brother, I think, or along those lines. Are you sure? You're really sure? I can believe that? Yup, Acro doesn't have any desire for revenge anymore. If that's true, then I want to see some evidence. Huh? I want to know you're not making stuff up about Acro not wanting revenge. Oh fuck, oh shit, oh fuck. Oh fuck, oh shit, oh fuck. I don't know anymore. This guy's lots and lots of problems, but Acro's a great character. Yeah. It's kind of a shame that they introduced him only the second day. I think they should have introduced him the first day. Oh yeah, I just present bad, easy. Acro didn't want to get caught up for... Acro didn't want to get caught for a reason. He wanted to see his brother open his eyes again. But bad. That's right, Regina. He's still alive, you know. You know that. I never knew, but now that Acro's been caught... Uh-huh. I know. What? I'll do it. I'll stay next to Bat as long as it takes. Until he opens his eyes, and then until he can meet Acro again. That's so sweet of you. I'm sorry, Acro. I'm sorry, Bat. Well, hopefully this is enough to give her a little peace of mind. Hey, Max. What is it, Mo? We really put you through a lot, didn't we, buddy? I'm sorry about what happened. So whenever you'd like to leave us, I'll pay your fee and rip up the contract. I understand. What a fabulous thing to do for me. I might even leave tomorrow. What's going to happen to the circus now? That's the big question. Our ringmaster was really an amazing person, wasn't he? Even though he's not here anymore, everyone is sticking together. The staff, the performers, no one wants to leave the circus. That's why I've made a decision. What is it? I've decided I'll take over as the new ringmaster. I'll turn this circus into the best circus this world has ever seen. The best circus the world has ever seen? Oh? That piqued his interest. Don't laugh. That's quite the goal. Yay, I can't wait. Then I guess that changes things. Eh? There's only one thing the best circus the world has ever There's only one thing the best circus the world has ever seen needs. The world's best illusions. Which means this circus needs the best magician the world has ever seen. Max. Let's work together and make our circus super fabulous. What do you say, big guy? I don't know what to say. All I can say is thank you. Regina, you're gonna help them out too, aren't you? I don't know. Maybe the circus would be better off without me. What are you talking about, Regina? Why do you think that I brought you to court today? You've got to work together to make Berry Big Circus bigger than it's ever been. Mo Bamba. Mo's right, sweetie pie. It can't be the Berry Big Circus or Regina Berry. Max. Nick. It seems like everything is going to turn out alright here. I can't wait to see the best circus in the world has ever seen. We'll save you the most fabulous seats. It'll take us a while to get ready, but I'm going to order special whoopee cushion seats. My throat's fried from doing his impression. Holy shit. Oh, there's still more. I see. What made the case? Yesterday's surprise raid, it really paid off just like you said it would, sir. You had it all figured out, didn't you? Edgeworth, right? It was just a theory. if Acro really was the killer, I thought this was the only way it could end. Especially if he was the defense attorney. Oh, Edgeworth. You mean Mr. Wright? Wait, who is this? Of course. Well, Detective, my plane is about to leave. As for Mr. Acro's case, you need not worry. Please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth. I plan to personally stop by the chief prosecutor's office as soon as I get back. Edgeworth is still alive! Understood, sir. I'll be waiting for you. Mr. Edgeworth? Nice. He's still wearing his stupid-ass outfit. Why is he staring at Von Karma's picture? Sussy! Cool. Easy. Farewell, my turn. Wait, is this the last episode for the game? It's gonna take multiple days. I don't think I got that in me. Cool. Now, how do I like that case? Honestly, it was a decent case. It's not the best, but it's also not the worst. Like, if I were to tier list it, I think the problem for me, it had a lot of characters, but they introduced everyone in the first day, which I think is fine, except for Acro. They even mentioned Acro a couple of times, but he wasn't there. And so then when it was time to actually talk to him, it was pretty like clear. Like it was like it felt very obvious that he was the one that did it. But that's usually what happens, I think, in any sort of mystery case where they introduce the actual murder like late into the case. I think for it to really be a surprise, you have to introduce them either early or in the middle of it. I think like they can't be the last thing to be shown. I think the Steel Samurai. I mean, that Steel Samurai is a bit different because I mean, I guess it heavily revolved around the samurai outfit, which was actually Jack Hammer's, which everyone thought was what's his name, Will Powers. So I guess they did introduce Dee Vasquez pretty late. They did allude to her a bit, and she only had her testament at the very end. I guess that's a bit. I guess is it an exception? But I guess the whole focus around the case was the Steel Samurai. This was the killer. Yeah, I guess the difference like there is really like this is the killer. This one it was kind of like I think it was really hard to think of who was the killer. Until around the time like Acro was introduced, and I was like, oh, well, shit, who else could it be? Because even then, like, the ventriloquist seal is pretty much cleared. The clown is pretty much cleared, kind of. Yeah. Other than that, I thought the case was decent. I'll probably have to read like what other people's opinions on it was. Because there are a decent amount of people that said they didn't like this case at all. So I'll have to see like what their opinions are on it. Alright. That's it for me for today. Or how you like that case. I thought it was decent. It's not the best case. And it's definitely not the worst case. I think it's just a decent case. I think if they didn't introduce Acro pretty late, I think it would have been better. But I think since by the time they introduced Acro, I mean, because they mentioned him a couple of times on the first day, but he was like the only new character in the second day. So it was kind of like, well, who else could it be, really? So I think it made it pretty clear or pretty obvious that Acro was one that did it. If they introduced him, like you could talk to him on the first day, I think it'd be a bit different. And then because by the time the second day happened, it was pretty the ventriloquist. He was clear, like, okay, he didn't do it. Even the clown, okay, he probably didn't do it. But Acro steered the sinking ship to shore, pretty much. if you're talking about like actual like the storyline, I guess, I guess you could say that. Um, with his testimony, um, but I guess yeah. But my only complaint, because what I like about like specifically like the Steel Samurai, I had no idea who the fuck did it until like pretty much like towards the end. I was like, oh, the Lana Sky one, that one's kind of a different matter. Because I mean, it was pretty obvious, or it felt obvious that, well, okay, two things. After at first I was suspicious of the cowboys, like, oh fuck, and then you went on a whole wild goose chase with the cowboy because he's doing some fuck shit in the investigation room, and then he was like, oh wait, hold on, he did do something in here, but the crime kind of already happened beforehand. And he had basically nothing to do with the actual murder of the detective. Basically, like it pretty much like the whole fuck shit incident he did was almost irrelevant. So like, oh fuck, well I just wasted a whole ass day dealing with this guy, and then it's like, okay, the next best person was Gant, and then you have to, and then the whole thing, it wasn't really trying to figure out who did it. It was pretty okay, yeah, this fucker did it, but it was trying to like get him to like expose himself. And so at least with this case with the circus, if they introduced Acro in the first day, I think it would have been better, as I would feel more suspicious about everyone a bit more equally. But by the time they introduced him the second day, I was like, oh yeah, this guy for sure did it. Who else could it be? But I do like especially like what was unique with this case was especially with the lion. When they revealed that the lion didn't bite that guy's head off, he actually just sneezed. I was like, oh shit. This is kind of sad actually. But I thought that part was cool. Because usually like at the end, like I'm like, oh my god, I got him. Yeah, this fucker is he's a bitch. Let's get him. But here it was like, oh shit, oh fuck. It's kind of like, oh, I kind of feel bad for him. Which I think is pretty cool. But yeah, I probably wanted, because I think a lot of people didn't really like this case. I think I'll probably ask a couple of people how they like the case. But yeah, but I can kind of see why people don't like it. And even then, especially going into the first trial day, I didn't really know about the case. I felt like in the dark for most of the part. But yeah, I'll probably see what other people think. But I thought it was a decent case. It wasn't the worst, but it wasn't the best. I thought it was decent. Happy I kept my theory about that. The sneezy part. Yeah, I was like, I thought like the lion liked Pepper. It was like, oh, I'm gonna eat the scarf, and then bit the guy. But I guess like I guess that would make sense, because like if the lion liked Pepper and wanted to eat the pepper, then he would have actually just like ate the guy's body in half or whatever. But it didn't. It like is like basically enough damage to like put him into a coma, which isn't death essentially. So I guess sneezing does. It actually makes sense thinking about it. But yeah, I thought it was decent. All right. So tomorrow, I'm gonna start Death Stranding 2. That's the plan, and then we'll go from there. I don't know if it's a good stream game, but at least I want to get the first day, on stream, and just in case I need like steal footage or whatever. And then we'll see if I like streaming Death Stranding. Then I'll continue throughout the rest of the week. If it ends up not being a good stream game, then I'll probably continue doing Phoenix Wright, but it'll be shorter bursts though, because I do want to play Death Stranding. Because yeah, if I end up don't want to stream Death Stranding, then I'll probably do like a day or something of Phoenix Wright, like in-game day, and then play Death Stranding off stream or whatever. We'll see you tomorrow. Alright, that's the plan. I appreciate you guys for watching, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Peace!